consciousness awakens in a dark, suffocating void. A sudden light pierces the darkness. Within the glow, a figure starts to form, bringing a flicker of confusion and hope. A man named Rhinos looks on with ecstatic relief. His research, whatever it was, has finally succeeded. A disoriented mind recognizes the man as Rhinos, the famed master of the magic tower. A wave of congratulations washes over him. The realization deepens as his features match a description from a novel read long ago. He is undeniably the magic teacher of the heroine. The shocking possibility sinks in. This is the world of that novel. The urgent question then becomes, who am I in this story? The opulent surroundings and Rhinos's warm welcome offer clues. Perhaps this new role is one of comfort and affection. The gentle way he looks at them sparks a wild hope. Could they have been reborn as the story's beloved female protagonist? A pang of regret hits, if only they'd finished the book. The memory of the heroine's early struggles surfaces just as Rhinos reaches out. Convinced a happy ending is guaranteed, a moment of confusion strikes as they are suddenly lifted into the air. The world comes into focus, and the truth is horrifying. Rhinos, now their father, is cradling them, calling them his adorable little penguin. They recall the title of the novel they've been thrown into. The story was about a wolf beastman. The main plot revolves around a werewolf male lead who is cured by the heroine, leading him to imprint on her. Imprinting is a sacred, one-sided love contract for werewolves. It binds them to serve the one they've chosen for life. In the novel, this was framed as the peak of romance. Reality, however, often has a darker side. The imprinting drives them to extreme, unsettling acts for their beloved. It's a love that teeters on the edge of psychosis. After the imprinting, the male lead's affection morphs into a dangerous obsession. This was the story they read before dying in their past life. Fortunately, the details are still fresh, at least up to the middle part. Even then, the heroine's struggles made them question if it was truly a romance. Rhinos decides to name his new penguin daughter Adelia. The name, reminiscent of an Adelie penguin, is received with pure shock. The sheer absurdity of the situation is overwhelming. This can't possibly be happening. A glance in the mirror confirms the unbelievable truth. In a romance novel with beastmen, they have become a penguin. There is no denying it. No matter how many times they look, they are, without a doubt, a penguin. Rhinos smothers his new princess with affection. Looking around, the acceptance is grim. They are definitely in that werewolf novel. They were not reborn as the heroine, or any other female character for that matter. The devastating conclusion hits with full force. They have been reincarnated as a pet penguin. Worse still, they weren't even born naturally. They were an artificial creation, hatched in a magic laboratory. The logic is baffling. Why would any author include a penguin in a romance story? It makes no sense. In a world full of beastmen, they are just a normal animal. It's a cruel twist of fate for a penguin lover. Drowning their sorrows in sweets is the only option. A flower crown and endless desserts help numb the existential dread. Life as a penguin has become surprisingly normal, thanks to the doting father, Rhinos, who finds Adelia looking bored. He offers a trip to the swimming pool. For 4 years, since being born from that research egg, he has raised them with nothing but care. They are provided with everything a penguin could desire. A high-end buffet and custom-made clothes are just the beginning. There's even a swimming pool, reserved exclusively for penguins. The entire environment is tailored for penguins' every need. It's an absurd level of luxury. Rhinos showered them with an abundance of love they never experienced in their previous life. Despite all the affection, the longing remains. If there was a way to go back to being human, they would take it without hesitation. Lonely nights amplify the desperate desire. Every evening, they wish to become a beastman, to be able to transform. But no matter how hard they prayed, they couldn't become human. And there was a critical detail they had overlooked. Rhinos confides in Adelia, expressing his relief that his beautiful daughter is just a penguin. His next words are a shock. He truly, deeply hates beastmen. In his youth, Rhinos was bullied by beastmen, who often looked down on pure-blooded humans. This bred a terrible hatred in him. This is the first person to show them such love, and the thought of being hated by him is unbearable. It seems giving up the dream is the only way. Contentment with her father is enough. But just as they try to accept this reality, Rhinos notices their sad expression. At that moment, a new voice remarks on the strange fact that Sir Rhinos's child is a penguin. It's a killer whale beastman from the Suuradel family. His presence is immediately unsettling. The appearance of Suuradel sets off alarm bells in their mind. Something is very wrong. It's his ridiculously handsome face that's causing the alarm. But beneath the sparkle, a deeper suspicion stirs. A killer whale beastman should have black and white hair. His is pure silver, a clear sign that something is amiss. The whale family itself is an enigma. They were never explained in the original story, yet they dominate the continent. A character with that hair color, a dangerous variable, has just entered the plot. Could his presence alter the entire course of the novel? And how can a mere penguin possibly influence anything? Suuradel finds it magical that this is the first penguin he's ever met that isn't afraid of him. He seems to be a penguin enthusiast. Rieno's voices a pointed question, asking if Suuradel's favorite food happens to be penguins. The horrifying truth of the food chain dawns on Adelia. The suspicion was justified. This guy is a natural predator. Suuradel mockingly laments that he's never had the chance to eat a penguin. The man is clearly teasing her. Adelia must endure it for her father's sake. Rieno's, however, notes that all creatures are terrified of Suuradel. Suuradel sighs, genuinely perplexed as to why everyone fears him. He wonders if his laugh is weird. He turns his attention back to the penguin, posing a question. If Adelia isn't afraid of him, then they can surely be good friends. He asks for her opinion. The audacity of him poking her cheek is infuriating. He apologizes, not realizing she would hate it so much. He then offers to poke her beak instead. Fed up, she warns him to stay away or get bitten. Pushed too far, she snaps. The bite connects, drawing blood from his finger. Rieno's calls out in concern. Startled, Suuradel dismisses it as minor. But Adelia is horrified. She didn't mean to bite so hard. He reassures everyone that it's a minor wound that will heal quickly. He looks at Adelia with a strange intensity, confessing he likes her more and more. He finds her crazy, childlike eyes especially charming. His words about her eyes make her pause. At that moment, Adelia realizes something is deeply wrong with this situation. After their first meeting, Suuradel begins to visit her at the castle. He greets her cheerfully, but she can only muster an energetic glare in response. He mistakes her wary stare for embarrassment, much to her fury. He's either oblivious or pretending not to know. The next day, he comes again, declaring that they seem to be getting closer. He asks if he can call her Leah, a nickname she promptly ignores. The day after that, he returns with a cheerful greeting, complimenting the weather. And the next day, and the day after that, his visits become a relentless routine. He comes to her house every single day. The persistence is exhausting. Lying in bed, she fumes about the whale kid. No matter how much she shows her dislike, he simply ignores it. Thinking back, she recalls being able to use magic. It's a special power. Even as a beastkin, she can use magic, something the original novel said only pure-blooded humans could do. The ability to use magic is just one of many inconsistencies. The strange things are starting to pile up. Is the original story distorted? Or are these details from the latter half of the book she never read? And that man, Suuradel, who is he really? While she was busy trying to figure out Suuradel's identity, she couldn't have possibly anticipated the future that awaited her. The next morning began like any other. Waking up as usual, something felt terribly wrong. A sense of disbelief washed over her. A blinding flash, and the impossible happened. She has suddenly turned into a human. Could her desperate wish have finally been granted? But there's a lingering sense of unease. The sudden change leaves her feeling a mix of anxiety and surprise. All her desperate prayers to become human went unanswered. So why now, all of a sudden? More importantly, how will her father, who despises beasts, react to this transformation? Amidst her panic about how to transform back, a knock on the door startles her. It's him, calling her Leah. It's her father, asking if she wants to go for a walk. Panic sets in. She can't let him see her like this. Apologizing to her father in her mind, she resolves to flee. Running away is the only option. She promises to return once she figures out how to turn back into a beast. And with that, she runs. But things did not go as planned. When she came to her senses, she had been kidnapped. Today is truly the worst. She was out for less than an hour, got kidnapped, and even her emergency money was stolen. Her kidnappers celebrate their good fortune. They found a beastman in whale territory, a fact that catches her attention. They gloat about being set for years. They mention her black and white hair, confirming their target. The whale family is looking for her. Could it be Suuradel? But Suuradel only knew her as a penguin. How could he possibly know she turned human and track her down? Suuradel confirms with his men that they have brought the beastmen he was searching for. His men claim it was a difficult search. Wary of danger, Suuradel decides to check on the captive himself before letting his mother see. Her rage boils over. He stalked her, and now he's kidnapped her. She should have gouged his eyes out earlier. Suuradel's expression darkens as he looks at her. She glares back, challenging his stare. He calls for his mother, who is horrified to see the girl bound and gagged. She questions how anyone could be treated so cruelly. The mistress of the whale family, Bella, commands her son to untie the child immediately. Suuradel complies as his mother offers a sincere apology for the pain and fear she must have endured. Their reaction is completely unexpected. Did Suuradel hire someone to stage this? It's all very strange. His mother's gentle approach is baffling. Bella expresses a strange feeling of familiarity, as if they have met before. The girl's perception is sharp. As the kidnappers try to leave, Bella stops them in their tracks. With a sinister laugh, Bella clarifies that she was searching for kin, not criminals to be brought before her. The kidnappers claim they heard she was looking for someone with abilities. Bella explodes in fury at their violent treatment of a weak girl. She deduces they knew they were committing a crime. She orders the criminals arrested and imprisoned immediately. Bella turns and apologizes again for the dangerous situation. The girl is stunned by her commanding presence. Not knowing where she lives, Bella offers to personally ensure she gets home safely. People are indeed looking for a child like her, but not like this. And she still doesn't know how to transform back. If she returns to the ghost tower now, in this form, will her father even accept her? Gathering her courage, she asks them a strange question. She needs to know how to change from a human to an animal. She explains that she was originally an animal who suddenly became human. Without knowing how to revert, she can't go home. She desperately wants to learn how to transform back, so she doesn't hurt the important people in her life. Bella gently explains that one cannot learn to transform. For those with special abilities, it's an innate, natural process. Bella then reveals the real reason they are searching. An accident left her unable to have children, and to avoid extinction, they have been searching for their own kind for decades. But her search has been fruitless. She hasn't found anyone like herself, let alone her own kind. With no news for so long, she had begun to believe that she and her son were the last of their kind. Her appearance is a miracle. Bella offers her help, and the girl feels a strange sense that she can help them too. With no other options, she agrees to stay for a while and figure things out. Bella prepares a room for her. The girl is grateful but can't help but wonder why they are taking such good care of her. Bella chuckles, admitting that she feels like she's forgotten something important. She recalls the traits: black hair with white spots and white hair on the inside. A gasp of shock escapes her. They must be mistaking her for a killer whale beastman. It's clear now, they think she's a killer whale beastman just like them. Their appearances are indeed similar. But while the spots on a killer whale and an Adelie penguin are alike, their positions are completely different. She takes a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart. For the sake of her worried father, she must quickly learn how to transform and return home. She never meant to deceive anyone, but now she faces a difficult choice. Should she confess she's actually a penguin? She glances at Suuradel, wondering how he would react if he found out the truth. She doesn't know what to do. The situation is getting more complicated by the second. Bella asks a simple question she hadn't considered. What is her name? She fumbles for an answer. Suuradel suggests the name Leah, calling it lovely and asking for her opinion. She's startled, thinking she's been caught. But the suggestion of her penguin nickname delights her, and she enthusiastically agrees. Suuradel smiles, pleased she likes it. He then casually reveals that Leah is the name of the girl he is currently courting. Her annoyance flares. He should address her properly. Not a girl, but a female penguin. He leans in close, his presence suddenly intimidating. He asks if she is not scared of him. Heavens, why did he get so close all of a sudden? Her heart flutters in panic. Despite her panic, she can't help but notice how handsome he is up close. She snaps out of it, silently scolding herself for getting distracted by his looks. She coolly replies, why should she be scared? It's not like he's going to eat her. He finds her response a bit strange. He takes another step forward, questioning how she can be so sure he won't eat her. Flustered, she stammers that he said he'd never eaten a penguin before, though she realizes that doesn't mean he couldn't. He moves in again, his proximity making her blush furiously. What is he doing? He places a hand on her cheek, telling her not to worry. He would never touch one of his own species. His words catch her off guard. Is she really that nervous that he might eat her? He playfully pinches her cheek, calling her the type to fall for tricks easily. She calls him a fraud, completely flustered. That's right, Suuradel was always a bastard. He relentlessly messed with her even when she was a penguin. He then adds that her voice is very much to his liking. A sly smile plays on his lips. It seems he might prefer this Leah over the original one. This is a huge problem. Her father's words echo in her mind. There is no cure for insanity. What is she going to do about this kid? Bella notes that the servants have already guided Leah to her room. She asks her son for his opinion on the child. Suuradel finds it unusual that her communication is so smooth, given she only just became human. Bella agrees she seems to know too much for someone who lived as a beast. Bella theorizes that her mind may have already been mature as an animal. If so, the mental pain of such an existence must have been terrible. Suuradel points out they haven't seen Leah's animal form, but Bella counters that her hair clearly resembles a killer whale's. It doesn't look like it could be dyed or magically altered. Bella brings up the name Leah. It's the name of the penguin he visited every day. Why did he give it to her? He shrugs it off, simply stating that it's a name he likes. Bella finds her son's reasoning difficult to grasp. Surely he couldn't have fallen in love with the girl at first sight. For now, Bella decides they will let her stay with the family and keep a close watch on her. Strangely, she has a feeling that Leah will be a good match for them. Just when she thought the killer whale line was ending, there is now hope. Suuradel questions his mother's intense focus on preserving their kind. It's not an obsession. To be the last of her kind is a different matter entirely. The responsibility is a burden greater than he could ever imagine. As long as she is alive, she will do everything in her power to ensure their line continues. She never wants to experience that feeling of desolation again. Suuradel gently admonishes his mother. Leah has only just become human. She shouldn't be burdened with the responsibility of continuing their line. Bella assures him she is only helping Leah adjust to society. She has no intention of forcing her to be with a killer whale. He then turns the question back on her. What about him? Since he is also a killer whale, does she have any expectations for him to continue the family line? Bella is taken aback. He always said he had no interest in marriage. A hopeful thought strikes her. Has her son, by some chance, actually fallen in love at first sight? She looks at him intently, asking if he truly fell for someone. He scoffs at the idea. Does she want him to get involved with someone? They both know how that would inevitably end. Her expression softens, and she asks her son to come closer. He hesitates, unsure of what is happening. She asks him a pointed question. Who thinks about breaking up when they first meet someone? Does he regret their family? He is startled by her question, but quickly clarifies that's not what he meant. He smiles, reassuring his mother that he does not regret it at all. Pleased with his answer, she instructs him to take Leah to the market tomorrow. They'll be staying for a while and will need many things. She wants him to get everything Leah wants. She won't be joining them. Primo, the head of the family, will be back soon, and she needs to prepare. Suuradel considers buying a gift for his father, but Bella says his own face will be gift enough. He agrees, framing the outing as setting up a date with Leah. She reminds him he's just a sponsor, but sighs fondly at his unchanging, playful spirit. She looks at him with affection and tells him she loves him. He smiles back warmly, telling her he loves her too. She stands in awe of the room she's been given. She always thought her home was the best, but the room Bella has provided is on another level of amazing. A pang of guilt hits her. She feels bad about getting through this on a lie. Still, she is undeniably human now. She examines her features, unique patterns and wavy hair. This is her new reality. Her new eyes, as clear and blue as the ocean, blinked back at her. She gazed at her reflection, taken aback by a beauty she never knew she possessed. A blush crept up her cheeks, as she wondered if this was the peak of penguin genetics. Despite her new, shorter stature, she decided to endure it. A pretty face was a decent consolation prize. She stared at her hands, a miracle she had missed for 4 long years. To have fingers again was a blessing. Now that she was human, it was time to focus. She had a plan, and she needed to go over every detail. Her mission had 2 parts. Find a way to transform back at will, and ensure the whale beastmen never discovered her secret. And then there was the most important objective, the one that concerned her father. A familiar weight settled in her chest. Saving her father had been her driving goal since her very first days as a penguin. She recalled the story's original plot, a devastating plague destined to wipe out all pureblood humans. The novel was clear. In the end, the only pureblood human left alive would be the heroine, Anemone. This meant her father, a pureblood himself, was fated to die. The heroine's subsequent romance with the male lead was a part of the story she couldn't care less about. As a penguin, she was powerless. But now, as a human, she would defy fate and change the story to save him. A knock at the door startled her. The voice of Suuradel echoed from the other side, a truly unwelcome interruption. He entered the room, and she cautiously asked what brought him here. He simply wanted to see her. His cheerful, straightforward answer only made her more suspicious. His interest was a mystery. He had been fascinated by the penguin, and that fascination had now transferred to her. A dark thought crossed her mind. Perhaps he was just an indiscriminate flirt. He noticed her unease, but she brushed it off, determined to keep her guard up. She fought to remain composed, telling herself his good looks had no effect on her anymore. Then a realization struck her. This man, an anomaly not present in the original story, might be the key. She decided to probe him, questioning why his silver hair and height were so unusual for a whale beastman. He calmly informed her that one can't always judge a beastman by their appearance. He then playfully patted her head, pointing out that she, too, was a rather short whale beastman. She retorted, arguing that whale beastmen were all supposed to have similar hair colors. He leaned in, his gaze intense, asking if she was truly so curious. She was, but her suspicion of him was far greater. With a soft smile, he seemed to relent, promising to tell her his secret. But it was a ruse. He simply winked and declared it a secret, enjoying her frustration. His game finally broke her composure. She seethed with a silent, impotent rage. He laughed, delighted by her priceless reactions, before admitting his hair was just a mutation. Skeptical, she demanded he prove it by transforming into his beast form. He teased her, asking if she was sure she wanted to see his natural form right now. She insisted. Her request seemed to ignite a different kind of excitement in him, much to her confusion. His imagination ran wild, picturing a scenario far more intimate than a simple animal transformation. Horrified, she frantically clarified that she meant his beast form, not his human one. He feigned a moment of disappointment, a performance she saw right through, leaving her flustered. Fed up, she turned to leave, but he stopped her before she could escape. He cornered her with a proposition. He would show her his true form, but only if she showed him hers first. She froze. She could only stammer that she didn't know how to transform, but he replied that he would wait. Despair washed over her. It was a condition she could never meet, as her true penguin identity had to remain a secret. She could only imagine what he would do if he discovered she was the penguin from the magic tower. Sensing her distress, he offered a quiet reassurance, telling her not to worry. He added with a smile that he was a very patient man. Changing the subject, he remembered something else he wanted to discuss. He suggested a trip to the whale family's island territory, where the ocean might help her practice transforming. The thought sent a jolt of pure panic through her. If she were exposed on an island, there would be nowhere to run. She desperately suggested practicing here, in a tank, but he dismissed the idea of a whale being happy in confinement. He took her hands gently, explaining that talk of small spaces would sadden his mother. A whale belonged in the sea. The pressure was on. She had to master her transformation on her own, and she had to do it before that trip. Trying to understand, she asked how a family of whales could live in a townhouse so far from the ocean. He explained they could hold their human forms longer than most, and use teleportation magic to return to their territory. He added that since whale beastmen are rare, most of the servants were from other species. It was a fundamental truth for all beastmen. They had to revert to their animal forms periodically or suffer a forced, painful transformation. Suddenly, it all made sense. This was why the whale family was barely a footnote in the capital social scene. Their magic, she reasoned, must be a racial trait. These special abilities, she realized, were the foundation of a family's power and influence. For instance, the wolves' physical prowess made them knights, while the elephant's dexterity made them master craftsmen. And the fox beastmen, with their devastating looks, were predictably at the center of constant scandals. The whale's racial trait had to be magical. As she pondered this, Suuradel interrupted, having a curiosity of his own. He leaned close, his question sharp and unexpected. Why did she call him by his first name? She stammered, offering to use a more formal title, which only made him laugh. He waved off the idea of stiff titles, his tone suggesting something far more intimate, a notion she quickly shot down. She drew a hard line, threatening to sleep outside if he dared to use any cringy, romantic nicknames. He chuckled, admitting that, while he wouldn't mind, he was simply hoping for a cute nickname. She remained wary, questioning the need for such familiarity. He asked if she didn't want to get closer. She stated the obvious fact that they had only met that very day. He then asked for her first impression of him. Her answer was blunt, not great. A pang of guilt made her soften her stance slightly. He had helped her, so she didn't dislike him, she admitted, cursing her weakness for his handsome face. He seized her small concession, beaming as if she'd confessed her love and declaring that he liked her, too. She tried to correct his wild misinterpretation, but he breezily moved on, telling her to pick a nickname whenever she was ready. He then changed the subject again, remembering he had a gift for her. It was a gift intended for the penguin Leah, but he offered the glowing stone to her instead. The beautiful stone captivated her, but his use of Leah grated on her nerves. His intimate knowledge of the penguin's tastes only solidified her opinion of him as a stalker. She tried to refuse the gift, insisting he give it to the other Leah. His casual threat to simply throw the stone away sent a wave of instinctual horror through her. She scrambled to find where he tossed it, her penguin brain overriding all reason as he walked away. His logic was maddening. He argued that her rejection would hurt the other Leah's feelings, and she could only scream internally that they were the same person. Heely Flings told her to rest, suggesting a shopping trip for the next day to get her necessary supplies. She balked at the idea, but he reminded her that as her sponsor, his company was not optional. She reluctantly agreed, though her mind was already plotting how to retrieve the stone from the flower bed below. Leaning over the balcony rail, she scanned the garden. He began to say something about later that night. Muttering to herself, she searched for a glimpse of the jewel, her frustration at him for throwing it away bubbling over. He simply watched her frantic search with a smirk before telling her to get some rest. Later in bed, she was far too agitated to sleep. She replayed the whirlwind of the day's events, a chaotic mess of new faces and confusing emotions. But the true source of her restlessness was something else entirely. It was the memory of Suuradel that kept replaying in her mind, and then the thought of the beautiful jewel discarded so carelessly. The sheer injustice of it was driving her mad. She had to admit it. She was a penguin at heart, and she loved pretty, shiny stones. She remembered him asking her, back when she was a penguin, if it was true that her kind loved stones. She had stubbornly shaken her head, too proud to admit her nature. From then on, he had tried to bribe her with jewels, trading them for affection. She remembered her noble struggle to resist the temptation of his glittering offerings. But now, a new thought occurred to her. The jewel he threw tonight wasn't from his usual collection. His unfinished sentence from earlier was forgotten. The pull of the lost stone was undeniable. She had to get it back. She raced out into the cold night, imagining the poor, lonely stone calling out to her. The thought of the beautiful jewel consumed her, driving her down the dark, unfamiliar hallway. She paused for a moment, trying to get her bearings in the sprawling mansion. Suddenly, a wave of vertigo and nausea washed over her, and her knees buckled. A dreadful sense of familiarity hit her. This was the same feeling she'd had just before she turned human. She dismissed it as a cold then, only to pass out and wake up in a completely new body. When she woke up, she was no longer a penguin. She was human. The horrible implication dawned on her. She was about to transform back, here in the heart of the whale family's mansion. Just as she feared, her body failed her. A figure found her on the floor, remarking that he knew this would happen. He lifted her small penguin form, his voice soft as he chided her for pushing herself too hard. It was Suuradel. He held her close, his voice calm as he urged her to breathe slowly. In her delirious state, his kind voice sounded like her father's. A flood of repressed memories and fears washed over her. The shock, the kidnapping, the constant terror. She thought of the suffocating weight of hiding her identity from the whales. But her deepest fear was being rejected by her father, the first person who ever gave her love. Her father was her entire world. Her heart cried out, silently pleading with him not to abandon her just because she was a beastman. Only weak, pathetic squeaks escaped her. Suuradel held her, murmuring that it was okay, that everything was okay. He promised that when she woke up, everything would be all right. She woke to the feeling of bright sunlight on her face. She was human again, but she felt a strange weight pressing down on her. Her eyes flew open. She was in bed, and Suuradel was sleeping peacefully beside her. She stared in stunned silence, her mind racing. How did this handsome, crazy, tall man get into her bed? He stirred, his eyes fluttering open to meet her wide, shocked gaze. A lazy smile spread across his lips as he asked if she had come all this way because she missed him. She sputtered a denial, insisting this was her room and he was the intruder. But one look around the lavish room told her she was wrong. This wasn't her room at all. Her memories were a blur. She remembered collapsing in the hallway, her last thought that she was turning back into a penguin. He continued to tease her, but she insisted she hadn't come to see him. He smirked, pressing her. Then why, he asked, was she in his room in his bed? She had no answer. She couldn't remember anything after collapsing. He offered an explanation. A phenomenon common to newly transformed beastmen, involving fever, hallucinations, and memory loss. He suggested that if she didn't remember coming here, it must have been a hallucination. She didn't quite understand, but she clung to the most important part. He hadn't seen her as a penguin. Embarrassed, she apologized for barging in and for her earlier anger. He waved it off, cheerfully stating he was happy she came to him, even if it was unconsciously. Then he apologized, saying he should have taken better care of her. She was baffled. She was the one who had wandered into his room. He took her hand, his expression growing serious as he reminded her that she must have been suffering all night. He made her promise to come to him if she ever felt sick again, even if she didn't trust him. She knew he was being sincere. After years of his constant attention, she couldn't doubt his genuine care. But it was a promise she couldn't keep. If she got sick and transformed, her secret would be revealed. He waited, his gaze expectant, pressing her for an answer. She tried to deflect, insisting she could take care of herself. When words failed, he resorted to bribery, holding up her small pouch of money. It was her emergency cash, taken by the kidnappers. He was holding it ransom for her promise. She protested the blatant blackmail, but he countered that it was just as unfair for her to suffer alone. He was genuinely worried, he said. She was still unstable from her recent transformation and needed to be careful. She finally relented, giving him a promise she had no intention of keeping. He returned her money and, with the crisis averted, suggested they do something fun before breakfast. Her curiosity was piqued. After the night she'd had, fun sounded good. He announced their destination was the training grounds, and they would be teleporting. The word teleport shocked her. It was a magic she had only ever seen, never experienced. The shock quickly melted into giddy excitement. For the first time, it really felt like she was living inside a novel. He held out his hand, ready to begin the spell. She hesitated, asking if holding hands was really necessary. Deciding that minimal contact was sufficient, she cautiously touched the tip of his finger. He found her cautiousness adorable. She just wanted him to get on with it. He chuckled that even her coldness was cute, before taking her hand properly in his. A brilliant light flared around them, and the room dissolved. They arrived instantly. The seamless transition from his room to the training grounds left her in awe. Her excitement was quickly squashed by the atmosphere of fear hanging over the training grounds. It was obvious the knights were terrified of Suuradel, and she suspected he enjoyed tormenting them. He leaned in with a predatory smile, asking her to point out anyone who was avoiding him. Fearing for the life of whichever poor soul she singled out, she quickly claimed she wasn't sure. He called her bluff, reminding her that she had just called him a tormentor. When he suggested interrogating them one by one, she panicked. Interrogating them one by one defeated. Panicked, she closed her eyes and pointed at random, silently apologizing to her unlucky victim. As Suuradel zeroed in on the knight, she tried to distract him by asking if the man was a flying squirrel beastman. Her wild guess was surprisingly accurate, which even Suuradel found impressive for a beastman of that size. She was stunned. She had only guessed based on his impressive muscles. Her comment about muscles immediately caught Suuradel's attention for all the wrong reasons. She was confused by his sudden, intense focus on the other man's physique. He proudly reminded her that as a magic swordsman, he had impressive muscles too. He finished by telling her not to look at other men, because it made him jealous. A magic swordsman. The revelation of his immense power only made her more suspicious about his true role in this world. He offered to spar with the knights to prove his point, but she knew none of them would dare. She decided it was time to set him straight about her preferences. She could tolerate a lot from him, but misunderstanding her tastes was not one of them. She explained her ideal type was not bulky, but rather had solid, well-fit muscles that looked good in a suit. He leaned in, intrigued, and asked her for an example. Her mind flashed back to a memory from her penguin days. She had charged at him during a confrontation, expecting a soft wizard, and instead ran into a solid wall of muscle. He was unexpectedly firm. She now realized he had the looks, the body, and the abilities. If only his personality wasn't so terrible, he would be perfect. He, of course, assumed she was talking about the knight. She looked him straight in the eye and stated plainly that he was more her type. For the first time since they'd met, Suuradel was the one left stunned and blushing. He clutched his chest dramatically, proclaiming his heart might explode. She rolled her eyes. He recovered quickly, beaming with joy, not just that he was her type, but that her intense gaze was genuine. She quickly clarified that she was only talking about his looks, not his personality, and that his intensity was unmatched. He wished that she would get corrupted by the world soon. She was pretty sure that was a curse. He insisted it was an honest wish, then excused himself to speak with the Knight Commander. She realized he had only brought her here because it was convenient for him, but she didn't mind. She settled in to wait, reflecting that time seemed to fly when she was with him. A group of knights approached her nervously, asking if she was the new whale beastman. They looked worried, and one of them quietly asked if Sir Suuradel was harassing her. The question confused her. Annoying, yes; harassing, no. But the knight insisted, pointing out that Suuradel had been smiling a lot while talking to her. She was puzzled. As far as she could tell, the man was always smiling. The knights explained that his genuine, crazy smile was reserved for very specific, and usually unpleasant, situations. He smiled like that when enjoying a good fight, punishing someone, critiquing their clothes, or when he found something interesting to torment. The horrifying truth crashed down on her. She wasn't an exception. She was just his newest, most interesting toy. A man feels relieved, thinking it natural for fellow whale beastmen to be drawn to each other. He notes, however, that Sir Suuradel has never shown such interest before. The woman wonders if it could be true. The thought that he might have fallen for her at first sight crosses her mind. She blushes slightly, entertaining the possibility that it really was love at first sight. The man observes that Sir Suuradel's smile towards her is different. He offers to tell her his nickname, which makes her anxious. Suuradel is recalled as the Laughter Healer, a nickname she finds quite lovely, accompanied by a memory of his sweet smile. The man reveals the nickname's dark origins. Suuradel disciplines knights by beating them and healing them repeatedly, all with a cheerful expression. He earned this name because he never once loses his radiant smile during the brutal process. The woman is utterly horrified. She realizes Suuradel is much crazier than she ever imagined and feels an urgent need to escape. Suddenly, Suuradel appears, innocently asking what she was discussing with the knights. She is flustered and at a loss for words. The knights in the background panic, desperately pleading with her not to reveal their conversation. Feeling she can't betray the knights, she lies, saying they were just praising his incredible skill with a sword. A mischievous smile plays on her lips. She decides she can't let this opportunity to tease him pass. Embracing her playful penguin nature, she challenges him to a sparring match. He agrees, telling her to choose his opponent, much to the knight's dismay. A devilish glee overtakes her as she savors the moment, pondering which terrified knight she should choose to face Suuradel. She pretends to reconsider, then innocently backs down, claiming that everyone seems too busy with their training. As she leaves with Suuradel, he notes her shrewdness despite her appearance. She feigns ignorance and steers the conversation back. Suuradel informs her he has already assigned knights as her personal guards, explaining it as a necessary part of her daily life. She is stunned by his announcement. She protests, insisting she's not a noble and has no need for bodyguards. He explains it's the whale family's duty to protect the endangered killer whale people. She is baffled by this strange sense of obligation. Her mind races in panic-eyed, strange by this strange sense of obligation. Her secret must not be discovered. She firmly rejects the need for bodyguards or maids. He finds her refusal odd, pointing out how accustomed she seems to being served. A memory of her being pampered as a penguin proves his point. He tells her not to worry and to just enjoy herself. He then shrewdly adds that he knows she likes money, jewels, power, and strength. Flustered that he knows her so well, she still holds her ground. Despite her penguin-like tastes, she insists she doesn't need any staff. She wonders how he could possibly know her so well. Realizing her life is at stake, she resolves to bear with it. She tries to negotiate by reducing the number of guards. He begins to lecture her, and she retorts that he sounds like her nagging mother. He offers to be her mother if she needs one. Utterly fed up, she tells him she truly hates him. He feigns being hurt, reminding her of her earlier confession. She clarifies it was purely about his appearance, not his personality. He acts scandalized, dramatically asking if she only approached him for his physical attributes. Furious, she denies ever approaching him. He calmly reminds her that she was in his bed just this morning. The onlooking knights are fascinated. They have never witnessed anyone treat the formidable Sir Suuradel so casually. She internally seethes at his stubbornness, absolutely refusing a bodyguard. Their bickering makes the knights think they've known each other for years. She remembers how hard it was to get rid of a temporary maid. A full-time guard would surely discover that she's a penguin. Frustrated, she racks her brain for a way to break through his unyielding resolve. Her thoughts are interrupted as something beautiful catches her eye, completely capturing her attention. She spots a gentle-looking knight with a butterfly fluttering nearby. A jolt of recognition hits her. An idea forms instantly. She points decisively and tells Suuradel that she wants that man to be her guard. Suuradel, surprised by her sudden choice, turns to see who she's pointing at. She confidently approaches the knight, confirming that he's a black bull beastman. She recognizes him from her old maid's descriptions. The knight, Hanu, shyly confirms his identity, wondering how she knew. With sparkling eyes, she eagerly asks him to be her bodyguard. Hanu is confused, asking if she is certain she wants a fool as her guard. She misinterprets his words completely. She panics, thinking he insulted her, and quickly clarifies she meant bull, not fool. A black bull beastman is perfect. He understands the misunderstanding. She, meanwhile, celebrates her luck, thinking she has found someone wonderfully naive. She gleefully recalls that black bulls are known for being so simple and kind-hearted that anyone can fool them. He is the ideal candidate. She is ecstatic, convinced a black bull knight is exactly who she needs. She clasps her hands, looking forward to their time together. She believes she's found the perfect guard. This beastman would never suspect her secret and would be useful for her future plans. Suuradel watches them with a piercing gaze, his mind calculating. He wonders just who this person is to elicit such a reaction from Leah. They move to Leah's new room, her life at the whale house truly beginning. Leah formally introduces herself to her new guard, Hanu, explaining that she will be staying for a while. Hanu introduces himself and, touched by her trust, swears to protect her with his life. Leah is delighted by his sincerity, feeling reassured. He invites her to speak casually with him. Getting straight to business, Leah tells him she has a personal request. Hanu readily agrees to help in any way he can. She begins to reveal the true reason she chose him. The story goes back to her time as a penguin and her dedicated maid, Ypres. In a flashback, the cow beastwoman Ypres is seen caring for the penguin. Ypres often talked about her twin brother. Ypres would complain bitterly about her arrogant black bull brother, whom she wanted to punch on sight. Leah now believes that through Hanu, she can finally contact Ypres. She prepares to ask him. She directly asks Hanu to introduce her to his sister. He stares back at her, completely confused. Hanu replies that he doesn't have a sister. Leah is floored by this, certain it cannot be true. Her mind reels. She recalls how Ypres and Hanu are identical. The family resemblance is undeniable. She comically imagines them as a perfect beef combo. She cannot fathom how he wouldn't know his own sibling. She shakes him, pleading with him to remember his sister, Aram Ypres. A flicker of recognition crosses his face. He finally understands, clarifying that Ypres is his younger sister, not his older one. Leah remarks that he seems far more mature. He agrees his sister is immature and ill-behaved, then asks how Leah knows her. Leah explains they met before she was human. This only confuses Hanu more, as he wonders how a killer whale could have met her. Realizing her slip of the tongue, she grabs his hands to create a diversion. She puts on an act of being anxious and overwhelmed in this new place. A familiar face, she claims, would make her feel much better. She decides to force some tears to sell the performance, trying to conjure sad thoughts to get the waterworks going. She launches her plan to deceive Hanu with tears, choosing to think about her father to trigger the emotion. A memory of her father holding her, wishing for her happiness, floods her mind. The memory brings a genuine pang of longing. She misses her dad terribly and knows he is out there searching for her. Real tears now stream down her face. She feels a desperate need for a trusted ally like Ypres to get news about her father. Her feigned act has become entirely real. She can't stop the tears. Hanu looks on with growing concern. Moved by her distress, Hanu fervently promises to bring Ypres to her, even if he has to knock her out. Leah is startled by his intensity. He vows to fulfill her request, no matter what. Thanking him through her tears, she reflects that her plan worked almost too well. Suuradel chooses that moment to enter, ready to leave with Leah for their outing. His expression immediately sours when he sees Hanu holding Leah's hands. He demands to know what is going on. Later, at a clothing store, Leah finds herself unable to clear the misunderstanding with Suuradel about Hanu. Suuradel insists Hanu is not fit to be her bodyguard. Leah retorts that it was his misunderstanding and he's being overprotective. He bluntly suggests she should date him instead. She flatly refuses. He explains he can't stand to see anyone take advantage of her newfound humanity, comparing it to a predator. His example is oddly specific, and she tells him to stop being so possessive himself. He insists it is for her own protection. A shopkeeper interrupts their argument, politely asking if they plan to buy the dress. Leah considers her finances. Remembering the emergency fund from her father is quite substantial. With her own funds and the jewel she pocketed from Suuradel, she feels financially secure. He asks if she's worried about the cost. He admits he was concerned, but now thinks his coddling is making her naive about the world. Her demeanor changes in a flash. An offer to buy her anything she wants is an opportunity. She quickly agrees that taking advantage of the naive is wrong. He confirms his offer, and her eyes light up. An unlimited shopping spree is at her fingertips. She boldly announces she will take everything from one end of the rack to the other. The order is placed for delivery to the mansion. It is a well-known penguin trait to love shopping, especially when someone else pays. They leave the store and walk down the street. Suuradel comments on her impressive haul. She happily thanks him, admitting it's a phrase she has always wanted to use. She thinks about saving her own money for later. Her attention shifts as she scans the crowd, looking for someone. She wonders if she'll find her here. She then spots a pair of pure-blooded humans from the magic tower and wonders what they are doing. One of them is holding a drawing of a penguin. They are looking for Lady Adelia's, who is part of Sir Reynos's family. Leah is horrified to see the drawing is of her. They are searching for her. The mages speculate that Lady Adelia's might have been killed by anti-human extremists. They briefly consider the penguin-loving man from the whale house as a suspect, but dismiss the idea. They conclude it is more likely she turned human and ran off with money. At that exact moment, Suuradel turns to look at her. She freezes in panic. The mage's theory is uncomfortably accurate, and Suuradel's timing is terrible. He asks if she's taking good care of the purse he gave her. She stammers out an affirmative reply. His sudden question and intense gaze make her heart pound. She fears he has discovered her secret. She braces herself, her anxiety mounting. She is paralyzed with fear, her mind screaming. She's certain her identity has been exposed. He simply points to an approaching carriage, remarking that it seems to be coming for him. He warns her that the occupants may be unpleasant. The wave of relief she feels is immense. The grand carriage passes them by without stopping. She breathes a quiet sigh of relief, though she wonders about its occupants. A man elegantly steps down from the carriage. He has found Suuradel. Leah is captivated by the newcomer's impressive and handsome appearance. She has a startling realization. This must be Theodore, the male protagonist from the story. A profile introduces Theodore, heir to the powerful Wolf family and the male lead of the novel. He is described as a cold and stiff character who is completely transformed after meeting the heroine, Anemone. He is fated to fall into a deep and all-consuming love. Suuradel greets Theodore, revealing they are acquaintances. Leah is shocked by this connection. Theodore asks why Suuradel is here, mentioning the rumor that his precious penguin has gone missing. Suuradel smoothly explains that he's been occupied with a distinguished guest. Theodore seems intrigued. Suuradel gestures to Leah, introducing her as the guest. She confidently puffs out her chest. Theodore seems skeptical. Suuradel explains she is a long-sought killer whale beastman, but Leah bristles at Theodore's dismissive tone. Theodore ignores her, turning his attention back to Suuradel. He asks if Suuradel will participate in the upcoming hunting competition. The news of the event startles Leah. She is shocked to realize the competition is only a week away. The hunting competition is the pivotal event where the novel begins, where the heroine Anemone first meets Theodore. According to the story, Theodore is attacked during the competition and left for dead, only to be found by Anemone. Despite her family's prejudice against beastmen, Anemone cannot leave him to die and heals him with her magic. It is in that moment that Theodore falls in love at first sight and is marked by her, forever binding them. Leah remembers that Anemone is her father's cherished disciple and will undoubtedly be searching for her. She knows her friend's kind and loyal nature means Anemone is actively looking for her at this very moment. A terrible realization dawns on her. If Anemone is searching for her, she won't be at the competition, and Theodore will die. She resolves that there is only one solution, however much she dislikes it. She quietly asks Theodore a very personal question. Is he the type who falls in love easily? Suuradel stares at her, looking as though she has completely lost her senses. Theodore is utterly flabbergasted by her audacity, wondering if all killer whales are this unhinged. Leah considers the terrible choice before her. Saving Anemone is her priority, but if she saves Theodore, he might mark her. She cannot just let things unfold. If Anemone dies because she was busy searching for her, the guilt would be unbearable. She lashes out at Theodore, angrily telling him to take back his insult. It is one thing to be called crazy, but she will not let him insult Bella. Suuradel understands her motive, dryly calling it insurance. He mentions the wolf family's devotion to their marked partners. Theodore becomes enraged at the mere mention of marking, a fate he clearly detests and fears. He passionately declares that he refuses to let something like marking dictate the course of his life. Leah finds this deeply ironic, as he is the character most defined by being marked in the entire story. She asks Suuradel about the competition's prize. He tells her it is a half-elixir. The half-elixir is a legendary potion, capable of healing most wounds and neutralizing any poison. Hope surges through her. She wonders if it could cure her father's illness. Her hopes are quickly crushed when Suuradel explains it is magic-based and cannot cure what magic cannot. She then asks why the rich wolf family doesn't just buy one. Suuradel explains it's too rare and difficult to make. This particular one was donated as a prize. He then beams with pride, revealing that he was the one who created it. Now she understands his earlier jabs at Theodore. He was mocking him for needing something he himself could create. Suuradel says he is too busy to join the competition this time. He smirks, admitting he just wanted to watch the other beastmen fight over the prize he created. He explains that many beastmen discriminate against pure-blooded humans, and even other beastmen discriminate against his family. The whale family was looked down upon until their magical prowess became widely known. She finally understands why her father, a pureblood, had a relationship with the whale family. They were both outsiders. She recalls her father telling her he was also a victim of discrimination until the magic tower became powerful. Suuradel's face grows serious. He believes that to keep peace, one must be more powerful than those who threaten it. He shares his quiet determination that his family will never be looked down on again. She looks at him, seeing for the first time the hidden pain and burden he carries behind his ever-present smile. Filled with a new sense of empathy, she smiles warmly and promises him that things will be all right for his family. He's taken aback by her sudden, heartfelt reassurance and turns to her, a rare, unguarded emotion in his eyes. She smiles confidently, reassuring him that things will be fine for his family. Her unexpected support clearly affects him, and he looks at her, momentarily speechless. She tells him no one would dare look down on the whale family when they have a grand mage and swordmaster like him. Then a new plan forms. With the half-elixir, they could save Theodore, but she is a terrible hunter and has no chance of winning it. She puzzles over how to get her hands on it. Suuradel warns her against being so charming to others, lest they fall for her. He reminds her the wolf family will get the elixir if she doesn't compete. He asks if she wants the elixir. She readily admits she does. To her astonishment, he casually summons the glowing red elixir and offers it to her. She is baffled, reminding him that he said it was rare and priceless. He simply says it is not difficult for him to make. He places the elixir in her hands, telling her that he trusts her completely, even if she were to use it on a simple paper cut. She clenches her fist, overwhelmed and flustered by his absolute trust in her. She warns him against being so kind, afraid she might end up hurting him, knowing his feelings are based on a lie. She thinks about how he'll react when he learns the truth. In any case, she knows she has to leave one day. He then proposes a deal, the half-elixir in exchange for her calling him by a nickname. She is stunned by the offer. A priceless potion for a simple nickname. She knows instantly that it is an incredible deal. It is an undeniably sweet deal. She immediately accepts, calling him Sue. She reasons that a nickname is a small price to pay for the half-elixir. It's a bargain she can't refuse. Suuradel's inner thoughts reveal his surprise. He was testing her, expecting her to be flustered and refuse. He pretends he didn't hear her, asking her to say the nickname again, louder this time. He then tells her he prefers human Leah to penguin Leah, a comment that throws her off completely. She's annoyed. He claims to be a penguin lover but prefers his own kind. Typical. He tells her not to mention the other Lear again, then playfully asks if she's jealous of a penguin. She turns away haughtily, telling him to believe what he wants. He follows, teasing her. An unfamiliar irritation bubbles up inside her, and she doesn't know why. They return to the stunning whale family townhouse at sunset. A butler greets them, asking about their outing. Suuradel reports that it was pleasant, thanks to Leah. He learns that his father, the head of the family, has returned. He invites Leah to meet his father. She hesitates, unsure if it's appropriate for her to do so. He reassures her, stating she is an honored guest and his father will be curious to meet her. She asks what his father is like. When Suuradel says he's just like him, she immediately wants to run the other way. Though nervous to meet the head of the orca family, she feels indebted and agrees to greet him. She asks to change her clothes first. She emerges in a beautiful yellow dress, ready to meet the family head. Suuradel is captivated by her appearance and calls her beautiful. She smugly agrees with him. He clarifies that he was complimenting her, not the dress. She cheekily confirms that she meant herself. He laughs, calling her the best beastman he's ever met. She accepts the compliment and urges him to lead on. He guides her towards the grand, brightly lit dining hall. A beautiful woman, who must be his mother, greets them warmly at the entrance. Suuradel politely greets his mother and then introduces Leah to his father. She learns that the head of the family is a white-bearded whale beastman. Her imagination ignites with glorious images of powerful, magnificent beards, the ultimate symbols of strength. She eagerly anticipates seeing what must be a truly spectacular beard. The head of the family turns to greet her. He welcomes her with a kind and gentle smile, saying he has been waiting for her. She stares in utter disbelief. The head of the great whale family has no beard at all. The man with white hair greets her with a beaming smile, expressing how long he has anticipated this meeting. The young woman is utterly dumbfounded. She had expected him to have a beard, and his clean-shaven face is a complete shock. Her mind likens the situation to a fish-shaped bun with no filling. It's an absurd comparison, especially since those buns don't contain fish to begin with. Despite her initial surprise, she acknowledges his immense dignity. He introduces himself as Primo and confirms what Bella told him about her being a whale beastman. Seeing her standing, Primo gestures towards a seat, kindly inviting the seemingly hungry girl to join them. Leah feels an intense, unnerving gaze fixed upon her. She wonders why he is staring so hard, feeling as if his eyes could burn right through her. Her companion notices her discomfort and gently chides his father for staring. Leah can only sit rigidly, feeling the pressure. Primo apologizes for his intensity, explaining it has been over 3 decades since he's seen another whale beastman besides his wife. Leah is shocked to learn her mother was the last of her kind. This new information sparks a worrying question about the fate of the whale family. Unlike other beastmen, whales are so few they are all considered a single, united family. Typically, beastmen are categorized into various families, like the gray and Arctic wolves. However, some species are represented by a single, prominent family, like the black wolves. When a single family comes to represent an entire species, they earn a title that encompasses all, such as the wolf family. Gathering her courage, Leah tentatively asks about the fate of the whale beastmen. She recalls hearing they were few, but the current situation seems far worse. Bella's expression darkens as she clarifies their numbers weren't always so low. Before a terrible incident, her people thrived in a village of their own. The word incident hangs in the air, piquing Leah's curiosity. Bella's sudden fury is palpable. She seethes with memories of an unforgivable event. With venom in her voice, Bella blames it all on the sharks. The sheer intensity of her hatred sends a shiver down Leah's spine. The idea of shark beastmen is new and startling. Bella warns Leah to be wary, as they possess a deep-seated, irrational hatred for whales. Primo tries to soothe her fears with a simple solution. He believes that as a whale beastman, learning magic will ensure her safety. Leah can only offer a strained, nervous laugh in response. The mention of magic makes her profoundly uncomfortable. Her mind races with panic. She is just a penguin, not a whale, and completely powerless without magic. How could she possibly survive against sharks? The beautiful facade of the manor now feels like a cage. She understands with sinking certainty that her time here is limited, and she must plan her escape. Later, a summons arrives from the head of the family for a private talk. With trepidation, she approaches his door. With his back to her, summons offering arrives from the head polite of the family for an apology for private talk, disturbing her rest. His expression is no longer kind, but intensely focused. There is something important he must verify with her. He confesses that he sensed something was wrong from the instant he laid eyes on her. A strange energy surrounds his words. The question hits her like a physical blow, confirming her worst fear. He knows, and she is utterly exposed. Her shocked expression is all the confirmation he needs. A small, knowing smile plays on his lips. His suspicion was right. Mortified, Leah wonders how her deception was uncovered so easily. He calmly states that figuring it out was no trouble at all. He points out the subtle difference in her hair pattern compared to his wife's, a unique trait among whale beastmen. She can't believe such a minor detail gave her away. He claims it's a detail even Bella might miss, but his devotion is so absolute that he knows her completely. His profound love for his wife leaves Leah speechless. Her mind scrambles for an escape plan now that she's been caught. The thought of a forbidden transformation potion crosses her mind, a desperate last resort. He motions for her to approach, his tone softening. He promises that he has no intention of scolding her for the deception. While her motives are a mystery to him, he trusts his intuition. Her genuine care for his son proves she meant no harm to his family. His kindness in the face of her lies is disarming. She is moved and confused by his gentle understanding. A warm, golden light emanates from his hand as he prepares a spell. He reassures her that the process will be quick and painless. The magic washes over her, an unfamiliar and startling sensation. She has no idea what is happening to her. The outcome of his spell is completely unexpected, leaving him amazed. He looks at her with newfound curiosity, demanding to know her true nature. With her cover blown, she admits the truth and questions the nature of the spell he just cast on her. He reveals he was testing her mana affinity, a trait all whales possess. It was a clever, almost sneaky test that even his wife wouldn't have considered. The test proves she isn't a whale, but it also reveals something else. He looks at her thoughtfully, postulating that she may have a talent for magic herself. The possibility of using magic is a revelation to Leah. Primo advises her to seek out only Suuradel to confirm this potential, keeping it a secret between them. His insistence on Suuradel is peculiar, but she has little choice but to agree. His intentions are still a mystery. He was about to reveal everything to his wife, but something makes him reconsider. For now, Leah's secret will remain safe with him. Now that they are alone and the truth is partially out, he asks her to confide in him completely. She admits he has figured it out. She recounts how she was taken by mistake, her kidnappers wrongly identifying her as a valuable whale beastman. He shows empathy for her plight and promises his silence until she is ready. All he asks in return is her honesty. She finally reveals her true form, a penguin. The confession clicks into place for Primo, connecting her to the frantic search conducted by Serenos. Mortified, she confirms she is the runaway penguin her father is looking for, and offers a sincere apology for all the trouble. His sudden shift in demeanor puts her on edge. The kind man is gone, replaced by someone with a severe and unreadable expression. Fear grips her as she imagines the worst. She pictures him revealing her deception and facing the terrifying wrath of the lady of the house. His seriousness melts away into a cheerful smile. He simply wants to establish a less formal relationship, suggesting she use his name. He then makes an even more audacious suggestion with a playful wink. He would be happy to be called father. The implication of his words hits her hard. The suggestion is wildly inappropriate, reserved for a future daughter-in-law. Unaware of the bizarre conversation, Suuradel waits anxiously. He hopes his father is being gentle with Leah. She internally questions the strange nature of this family. Drawing a firm line, she stammers a formal address and makes her exit. While Primo is visibly sad, Leah feels she can finally breathe. His bizarre friendliness suggests she is safe for now. Alone again, Primo reflects on the turn of events. This situation is far from what he had anticipated. He finds the situation intriguing, especially the fact that he detected his son's powerful mana resonating strongly within Leah. The amount of mana was one thing, but her ability to contain it was what truly astonished him. His son's power is immense, yet this small girl contains it effortlessly. This confirms his suspicion of a profound bond between the two. He recalls her demeanor around his son. Unlike everyone else, she was completely unafraid. Instinct dictates that the weak should fear the strong. It is the law of nature, an undeniable gap between predator and prey. Not even his own wife was immediately at ease with their son's overwhelming presence. Leah's calmness is unprecedented. The fact that she is a mere penguin, a creature far down the food chain, makes her fearlessness all the more remarkable. He contemplates the source of her courage. Whether it's the shared mana or her innate personality, she is undeniably captivating. He knows his son. Regardless of the underlying cause, Suuradel is clearly and deeply intrigued by her. A wide, delighted grin spreads across his face. He sees a future where this fascinating girl joins their family. Suuradel brings up his father's theory. While he cannot be certain, he confirms that the possibility of her using magic is real. She can hardly believe it. The unbelievable news that she might possess magic is confirmed, leaving her stunned. A thrilling possibility fills her mind. Perhaps this magical ability is a special bonus granted to her as someone from another world. He begins to explain, stating it's because Leah is an orca, before catching himself. He remembers the pretense they must maintain. She dreams of the day she can use a fancy magic staff. Still, the sudden appearance of this ability remains a perplexing mystery. He confesses his true motive with a bashful look. He was more interested in knowing if his mana made him more appealing to her. To begin her training, he tells her to go to the estate's library. There, she can find fundamental texts on magic. He assures her that she is free to go anywhere she pleases. When he mentions he'll be away, she correctly guesses he is joining the search for the runaway penguin. He admits his fondness for the creature and his obligation to help Serenos. His words only deepen her sense of unease. She quickly recovers, seeing this as an opportunity to practice her own transformation. She tells him to be careful on his journey. A strange feeling washes over her. She's talking about herself in the third person, a subconscious acknowledgement of her dual identity and the distance it creates. As a parting gift, he warns her to be safe. He holds a small, glowing object, a tool for communication in case of emergency. He expresses a slight regret, wishing he could offer a more extravagant gift. But this magical item is the most practical choice. He presents her with a ring, a versatile magical artifact. He will enchant it so she can call for him whenever she is in trouble. He moves closer, his voice dropping to a whisper as he prepares to share the secret activation phrase with her. He teases her not to waste the single-use spell, which only annoys her. She declares that his lack of trust makes her want to never use it at all. He concedes with a gentle smile, agreeing that a situation requiring his magical intervention is best avoided altogether. With their conversation concluded, he turns and departs, but he suddenly spins around, reenacting a dramatic confession. He professes his love at first sight and asks her on a date. Her face contorts in revulsion. She immediately sees through his charade and shuts down his absurd roleplay. He switches roles without missing a beat, now playing a subordinate presenting his spoils to a crime boss. He begs for leniency. Amused, she decides to play along with this new scenario. Her approval is met with his delighted submission. He asks to check her forehead, noting with satisfaction that the ring he gave her fits perfectly. His sudden shift back to a serious tone makes her wary. She can't shake the feeling that this is another one of his games. He explains his concern is genuine, stemming from a desire to check her temperature. He repeats his earlier instruction to seek him out if she ever feels unwell. The name Suuradel echoes in her mind. His earnest concern is real, and it touches her deeply. He teases her about being flustered, then confirms she doesn't have a fever. She impatiently asks if the check is finished. He observes the temperature difference between them. Her skin is warm, a stark contrast to his own naturally cool touch. With a soft smile, he confesses the real reason. He enjoys the pleasant warmth from her skin and wishes the moment could last. Embarrassed, she swats his hand away. His ability to say such things so nonchalantly is infuriating. Morning arrives, and Suuradel departs as planned. Leah reflects on the irony of the situation. He's off searching for a penguin that is, in fact, safe and sound right under his nose. She remembers the previous night's ordeal. A fever had triggered her transformation, and in her vulnerable state, she longed for her father. Her human form is still unstable. Any emotional or psychological distress can cause her to revert back to being a penguin. His departure leaves a void. The nights are the hardest, when the loneliness she felt in her previous life returns with a vengeance. She questions the depth of her own loneliness, realizing it has a physical effect on her. She desperately hopes there is another solution. A knock at the door breaks her reverie. Hanu announces his presence and asks to enter. He strides in cheerfully, a heavy sack slung over his shoulder, proclaiming his success. Leah can only stare at the bulging bag with curiosity. The sack lands with a heavy thud. He confesses that his mission required more than just simple negotiation. A horrifying realization dawns on her as she connects the dots. Out of the bag spills a person, and Leah recognizes them instantly. She cries out the name Russ in horror. She screams again, this time with the person's full name, Ipris. Leah moves to help, but Russ frantically waves her away. There is an immediate sense of danger. Russ explodes with rage, attacking Hanu with murderous intent. Hanu finds himself struggling against the full, terrifying force of an enraged minotaur. The sheer violence of the scene shocks Leah. This is a side of Russ she has never witnessed, and Hanu's methods have gone too far. Gaining the upper hand, Russ throttles Hanu and demands an explanation. They cannot understand why someone from the whale family would seek them out. Russ's urgency is clear. They have a more important mission: finding someone named Leah, and this interruption is infuriating. Seeing her opportunity, Leah intervenes. She asks Hanu to leave her alone with the still furious Russ. Alone at last, Leah tries to reason with Russ. But her familiar friend looks at her as if she's a total stranger. She reveals her true identity, pointing to herself. She is Adelia's, the very penguin Russ has been so desperately trying to find. Russ scoffs in disbelief, treating her claim as nonsense. They turn their back on her, eager to be rid of this strange girl. Desperate, Leah grabs Russ's arm to stop them. She implores them to recall a secret they once shared. The memory is hazy for Russ, but Leah insists. She reminds them of a confidence shared in secret, away from prying ears. She quotes Russ's past words, a bitter complaint about a client's son that was only tolerated for the money. She recounts more shared memories, a series of clumsy mistakes that Russ had made while working. She brings up the time she covered for Russ's mistake, ensuring they could keep their job. She begins listing deeply personal secrets, from a regrettable tattoo to the true nature of their seemingly innocent parasol. The final, most embarrassing secret is revealed, and Russ breaks, begging her to stop her torrent of revelations. The flood of undeniable proof finally breaks through. With tears in their eyes, Russ finally sees their friend. Leah puts on a wounded expression, playfully chastising Russ for not recognizing her immediately. Russ cries with relief and recognition. Only their Adelias would have such a shameless and teasing personality. Russ admits this human form is exactly what they pictured. Leah, in turn, feels she has successfully combined cuteness with strength. The personality is the final confirmation for Russ. After a moment of heartfelt reunion and apology, they ask why she vanished. Hanu, eavesdropping by the door, can't process the information. The young lady he serves is a penguin. He panics, trying to make sense of the situation. His understanding of the world has just been turned upside down. Leah's demeanor shifts to one of command. She orders Russ to bring the eavesdropping Hanu into the room to face the consequences. Putting Hanu aside for the moment, Leah's concern shifts to her father. She urgently asks for news about his well-being. The news is not good. Her father is devastated, a shell of his former self, and the whole magic tower has been mobilized to find her. Russ wants to know how she ended up here. They immediately suspect the shady whale family is responsible for her disappearance. Leah quickly corrects the misconception. Her transformation was spontaneous, and she left of her own accord. She recounts the series of events. Her fear of her father's reaction, the mistaken identity, and her subsequent stranding at the whale estate. Russ is confused by her reasoning. To them, the solution is simple. They should both return home together. With a heavy heart, she reveals her deepest fear. She believes her father despises beastmen and will reject her new form. Russ argues against her fear, using their own employment as proof. Reynos would never hire a minotaur if he truly hated beastmen. Leah clarifies that Russ's unique empathetic abilities made them an exception. She confesses to a little white lie she told to help Russ secure the job. The fear of rejection lingers. She worries that without a special trait like Russ's, her father will cast her aside. Hanu, ever the practical one, brings up a logical inconsistency. Her fluency is remarkable for someone so newly transformed. The question makes her pause. It's a detail she completely overlooked in her story. Russ proudly defends Leah, boasting of her intelligence. Even as a penguin, her intellect was far beyond that of any normal animal. The truth is far more complicated, a secret she must keep guarded. With more people aware of her situation, the risks have increased. Hanu is curious about the other person in the know. Russ, hearing her deferential tone, correctly assumes it must be someone of high status. She explains how Primo deduced the truth from a simple hair pattern. This leads her to humorously wonder if affection for penguins runs in the family. Russ makes a bold declaration of support. Wherever Leah goes, they will follow, even if it means changing employers. Hanu is less than impressed with his sister's impulsive plan. He points out the practical difficulty of simply getting hired by a great house. The two siblings dissolve into a squabble, their loyalty to Leah momentarily forgotten in a classic brother-sister argument. Despite the chaos, Leah feels a sense of relief. Having Hanu know her secret might actually be a good thing. With Ypres' trustworthy family and Primo on her side, she feels more secure. Now, all that remains is the next step of her plan. Her immediate priority is to manage her two new, bickering accomplices. A new objective looms on the horizon, the hunting competition that is just a week away. With the help of her new allies, she will stage a rescue mission for the story's original male lead. Time passes, and the day of the competition is here. She knows the original plot has been derailed, and she can no longer rely on the heroine. The original heroine is completely preoccupied. She's desperately searching for a very specific penguin, completely oblivious to the larger plot. The responsibility falls squarely on her shoulders. The risk of him imprinting is high, but she has taken every possible precaution. Disaster strikes on the morning of the mission. She has reverted to her penguin form, rendering her helpless. All her plans are useless now. She frets that her own stress about the day's events is the cause of this untimely transformation. Suuredel's voice from outside her door sends her into a fresh wave of panic. He can't see her like this. She hides, praying he will leave, but he mistakes her silence for sleep and decides to enter. The door begins to open. With no other choice, she dives for cover under the bed. He enters the room. Huddled in the darkness, she freezes, praying for him to leave quickly. He concludes she isn't there and departs. She can finally breathe again, convinced he is gone. The scare was almost too much. Her only option now is to wait in hiding until her human form returns. A sudden feeling of dread washes over her. The door hasn't closed, he never left. He stands just outside the door, a mischievous smile on his face as he holds up a magical recording orb. He muses to himself, delighted by the unexpected and adorable sight he has just captured. He anticipates her anger, but believes his little magical assistance, and the resulting photo will be worth it. He departs, amused by her antics. Her propensity for getting into trouble is just another one of her endearing qualities. He anticipates her anger, but believes his little magical assistance, and the resulting photo will be worth it. He departs, amused by her antics. Her propensity for getting into trouble is just another one of her endearing qualities. Finally back in her human body, she can let out a long-held breath of relief. She reaches the competition grounds. With everyone else occupied, she has the perfect opportunity to act. The moment has come to put her plan into motion. She approaches Bella to set the stage. She cheerfully requests to visit the nearby water, making it seem like a casual outing. Bella smiles, happy to see her enjoying herself, and readily agrees to her request. As a precaution, Bella hands her a flare gun. It's a simple safety measure for the supposedly safe area. She remembers a critical detail from the novel. The male lead's own flare had been sabotaged, leaving him stranded and vulnerable. Holding the new flare, she feels a renewed sense of confidence. This time, things will be different. Once they are on their way, Hanu turns to her with an apologetic look. He complains about his sister's presence, but Russ insists they are here under Leah's direct orders. Russ proudly offers her the item she requested, fulfilling their noble mission. Her two companions watch with confused anticipation as she unveils the contents of the bag. She dons the dark, concealing cloak, her transformation into a mysterious figure complete. She confirms the duration of her disguise. Russ holds up the two potions, explaining their 15-minute effect. As she consumes the potion, she recalls the most important rule of imprinting. It can only be triggered by direct physical contact. Her disguise is twofold. The potions will alter her appearance, while the cloak and gloves will prevent any accidental skin contact. She is confident in her preparations. The potion takes effect, and her eyes change color, completing the disguise. She reflects on the nature of his imprinting curse. It's not true love, but a magical compulsion that could latch onto any savior. The very concept feels wrong to her. It's a cruel curse masquerading as faded romance. Her companion, unaware of the deep thoughts behind the disguise, asks for a simple explanation. She replies with a shockingly blunt and serious answer, stunning her companions into silence. Seeing their panicked faces, she quickly clarifies it was a joke. Her vanity-fueled explanation brings a wave of relief. With the preparations complete, she asserts her leadership. For this mission to succeed, she needs their absolute obedience. Russ is completely on board, eagerly shushing her brother's protests and demanding his compliance. Hanu, ever the protector, voices his concern. His primary duty is to ensure her safety, and he cannot blindly follow dangerous orders. She looks at him with unshakable resolve, declaring her own self-preservation as the ultimate priority. Her absolute confidence is enough to convince him. A cloaked girl looks up, questioning an abrupt suggestion to leave. The destination is unknown, and her expression is one of hesitant surprise. Before her, a vision of chaos unfolds. Deep in the mountains, a hunting competition rages with men fighting monstrous, red-eyed bears and wolves. Her companion and his maid react in shock. The maid screams, realizing the destination is far more terrifying than she had been led to believe. The mountain is indeed noisy today. A voice warns Leah about the forest's dangers. Lord Hanu panics, ranting about house-sized beasts. Leah remains calm, placing her trust in his ability to protect her, much to her maid's disbelief. A knight's duty is to protect, of course. But this is the forest, where the rules of civilization no longer apply. Just as he feared, a ferocious, red-eyed boar emerges from the brush. He points in terror, realizing this place is where nightmares become real. This is no ordinary beast. Its malevolence is palpable, and Sir Hanu is petrified. Sir Hanu draws his sword, ready to fulfill his duty. He commands his lady and her maid to get back while he holds the line. But Leah turns and flees, shamelessly telling Sir Hanu to handle the beast while she escapes. Her sudden cowardice is stunning. Sir Hanu watches them run, utterly bewildered. Something about this situation feels deeply wrong. It was all part of the plan. Knowing a knight's sensitivity to safety, Leah had to create a distraction so he wouldn't interfere with her real objective. She had to act. She goaded a smaller creature into calling its enormous parent to attack the knight, creating the perfect diversion. She had feigned confidence in Sir Hanu's skills. She wished him luck, knowing full well the terrifying beast he was about to face alone. She and her maid, Russ, walk through the woods. Their purpose here is to save someone. The thought occurs that the story has already diverged from the original. The man she's here to save is a stranger and might not even need her. Theodore might have avoided the attack altogether. Or perhaps he already dealt with the assassins himself, rendering her mission moot. From the bushes, Russ spots a person lying on the ground, bleeding. Leah is startled by the discovery. It's Theodore. The maid immediately wonders if he's dead. Leah resolves to check on him, knowing a spell to determine life or death. Elsewhere, assassins wonder if their work is done. She reflects on how the story has already changed from the version she knew. He is a stranger to her now, and perhaps her help is not needed. Her plans might be for naught. Theodore could be safe, having defeated his attackers without her intervention. The maid's sudden cry breaks the silence. She has found a man bleeding in the foliage, and Leah is taken aback. It is indeed Theodore. The grim question hangs in the air: is he dead? Leah steps forward, determined to find out. She has a spell for this, as unseen enemies ponder if their mission was a success. He's still breathing. She feels a small measure of relief, but knows it's too early to let her guard down. Significant risks remain. Assassins could still be lurking, or another wild beast that Sir Hanu missed might appear. Worse yet, she fears the power of the original novel's cliches. The fated meeting, where he awakens and asks for his savior's name, looms. She cannot let that happen today, not under these circumstances. Pushing aside her fears, she resolves to check on him, but Russ's voice is unwavering. Though she doesn't understand the plan, she trusts her lady completely. Touched by Russ's faith, Leah feels a connection. It makes her think about the protagonists of possession stories. She wonders why they never tell their secrets to the ones who would risk their lives for them. If she were in their shoes, she decides, she would reveal everything to those most loyal to her. She makes a promise to herself. Once she is safely out of this forest, she will tell them. A system window appears, listing her heartfelt promises and flagging them as a precursor to doom. Her maid asks what her plans are. Leah feels a chill, deciding it's best not to voice her optimistic plans. She refocuses on saving the man before her. She instructs Russ to hide nearby, but to stay alert. Russ agrees, but makes her promise to signal if there's any danger. Looking at Theodore, she realizes he must have fought his assassins even after being poisoned. She thought her past life in a hospital had prepared her for injuries, making her immune to the sight. This is far worse than anything she has ever seen. She pulls out the elixir she got from Suuradel. The elixir's effect is immediate and powerful, a testament to this fantasy world. Now, she just needs to administer the antidote for the poison. As she moves to give him the potion, his eyes flutter open. He's already regained consciousness, catching her completely by surprise. Her face, hidden by a mask, twists in annoyance. This is hardly a grateful way to greet the person who just saved your life. He glares, rejecting her help and telling her to leave. She presses on, trying to force the antidote into his mouth before he dies. His ingratitude is infuriating. This bastard. She flashes back to the trouble she went through to get this elixir. She had to practically beg for it. She came all this way to save him from certain death, only to be subjected to his insults. All the chaos she orchestrated, tricking Suuradel, abandoning poor Sirhanu, was for this ungrateful man. Her patience snaps. She's done more than enough, and she will not let him die now after all her efforts. He struggles, shocked by her forcefulness. She grits her teeth, demanding he take the medicine. He finally tastes the liquid and realizes it is not poison. At the same time, Leah feels a strange reaction. Something is definitely not right. A strange energy flows from her hand. An arcane connection sparks between them. She lets out a shocked scream. No, this cannot be happening. Not this, not now. Theodore gazes at her, his eyes dazed and a faint blush on his cheeks. He weakly asks for her name. It's the ultimate cliché, the imprinting, and she is utterly panicked. What is she supposed to do now? He looks at her, his expression soft and captivated, and asks for his savior's name. She is horrified. The story's most dreaded trope is playing out before her eyes, and she must not be marked by it. Russ appears, calling out her lady's name in concern. Seeing the scene, Russ misunderstands completely. She raises her parasol and attacks Theodore, yelling at him to unhand her lady. The situation has spiraled into utter chaos. They are done for. Russ finally recognizes the man she just hit. It's Sir Theodore of the Wolf family. Leah can only confirm her horrified realization. Russ connects the dots, the strange gust of wind, the dazed look. She asks if that was imprinting, and Leah grimly agrees. Russ is ecstatic, seeing this as a wonderfully romantic turn of events. Leah is exhausted by her maid's reaction. Leah tries to regain control. They must first confirm if an imprint actually occurred. She points out that he passed out during the event and there was no skin-to-skin contact, which should make it impossible. Leah questions Russ about her source for the imprinting information. Russ admits, flustered, that it came from an ex-lover. Leah is momentarily surprised, as Russ defensively insists she had more than one lover. Leah recalls that this ex-lover was the master of an information guild, which means his knowledge is likely accurate. She asks if Russ knows anything else. Russ mentions another piece of information from a different ex who worked for the Wolf family. According to this source, a wolf who imprints develops a moon pattern below their collarbone. They decide to check. Leah thanks Russ, admitting she's far more helpful than Sirhanu. Russ puffs up with pride at the compliment. Leah cautiously reaches for Theodore's collar, preparing to check for the supposed mark. She pulls back the fabric of his shirt. There is nothing there. A wave of relief washes over them. As they suspected, the imprinting didn't work. Russ is slightly disappointed at the lack of a future love triangle. Leah is baffled by the mention of a love triangle. Russ prepares to explain her vision. Russ begins her dramatic tale, casting her lady as the heroine wooed by two powerful men. One suitor, a silver-haired noble, would offer her the world. The other, a devoted wolf beastman, would offer her his complete loyalty. Leah cuts her off, fed up with the bizarre fabrications. But Russ continues to dream. Russ suggests Sir Suuradel as a candidate, citing the rumors that he has already fallen for Leah. Leah dismisses this, saying he's only interested because he thinks she's an orca. Russ argues he would love her even more as a penguin. Russ passionately insists that Suuradel is a true penguin maniac. Leah sighs, worried that Suuradel will hate her for the deception when he eventually learns the truth. She sets the matter aside. For now, saving Theodore without getting imprinted on is a success. She pulls out the signal flare and fires it into the sky. The waiting knights will see the flare and come to retrieve the unconscious Theodore. Her work here is done. She and Russ turn to leave. Later, they meet a pouting Sirhanu. Leah apologizes for abandoning him and causing him trouble. Hanu complains that she could have left his brother behind instead of him. Leah is perplexed by his logic. He confesses his panic, how he berated himself for not being able to find her after the signal flare went off. Leah reassures him, praising his bravery against the boar. He becomes flustered but accepts her words. She continues to flatter him, complimenting his skill, and he melts under the praise. Leah finds his and Russ's contrasting personalities endearing. From now on, she'll interpret his scolding as a form of affection. As they approach the camp, she senses something is wrong. A large crowd has gathered, and she wonders what the commotion is about. Bella rushes toward her, her face etched with a worry Leah has never seen before. She asks about Leah's signal flare. Leah hesitates, caught off guard by the urgent question. She produces a flare, explaining that she took Theodore's just in case. Bella sags with relief. She confesses her terror, thinking the flare that went off earlier belonged to Leah. Leah is touched by Bella's genuine concern, but feels a pang of guilt for deceiving her. She questions if she even deserves such warmth and affection. Bella's care is based on a lie. She cherishes Leah for being a whale. The truth of her penguin identity feels like a dangerous secret. Sir Hanu notices her distress and asks if she is feeling unwell. She forces a smile, insisting she is fine. But inside, a quiet fear takes root. She is afraid that all these people who have become so important to her will leave once they know her true identity. Bella brings up a practical matter she had forgotten to mention: the duration of a beastman's human form. It varies, but a month is typical. She asks if Leah feels stable in her human form. Leah forces a shaky yes, silently recalling how she had involuntarily turned into a penguin that very morning. Bella announces the next major event, the Eagle family's succession banquet. After the banquet, they will travel to the whale family's territory. Leah panics. They will surely discover she's a penguin there. She sends a desperate mental plea to the head of the whale family, who knows her secret, to intervene somehow. Her plea is answered in the worst way possible. The head announces that it sounds fun and he wants to tag along. Bella tries to talk her husband out of it, but he insists on going to help Leah with her transformation. He gushes about the idea while Leah shoots him a piercing glare, a silent reminder of his promise to keep her secret. She bitterly recalls his vow not to reveal her identity. Now, she sees where Suuradel gets his talent for mischief. The conversation is cut short by a sudden commotion. An emergency patient is rushed through the camp on a stretcher, the medical team shouting for everyone to clear the way. The crowd gasps, recognizing the injured man as Theodore. They speculate he was ambushed. Someone notices a large bruise on his forehead. Leah, Bella, and Suuradel look on with concern. Leah privately notes that the bump from Russ's parasol attack is larger than she'd anticipated. The interruption of the hunting competition was unexpected. Hanu explains that since the event was meant to foster harmony, an attack is a grave matter. Leah asks if they have found any clues about the attackers. They found the assassins' bodies but no other leads. When asked about Theodore, Hanu says he's fine except for the head wound. The official story is that he was struck by a terrifying blunt weapon. Leah feigns relief that he is safe. Having received the update, Leah decides to leave with Sir Hanu. Suuradel intercepts them, asking where Leah is going. She smoothly replies she was on her way to see him. He flushes with delight, mistaking her words for a prearranged date. Sir Hanu is taken aback by the idea of them dating. Suuradel seems surprised by his ignorance. Suuradel proudly presents their matching rings, declaring them a couple. Hanu is dumbfounded. Leah internally questions the term couple rings, a memory of a gift surfacing. The realization strikes her with the force of a physical blow. The ring he gave her wasn't just a simple trinket. She had thought it a gesture of simple concern, but now she is seething with anger. Suuradel innocently confirms it was, in fact, out of concern. He explains that his well-being is scientifically linked to his Leah concentration, which drops when they are apart. The shocking realization hits her again. That ring was not just a gift. She thought his motives were born of simple worry. But his brand of concern is infuriatingly absurd. He continues his bizarre explanation, complete with a chart showing how his life satisfaction depends on her proximity. He laments how difficult it was for him to be away from her for so long. Changing the subject, he leans in to tell her something amazing. He whispers that this is a secret for her ears only, though perhaps he could tell Sir Hanu too, since they seem to be friends. He reveals he has acquired the half-elixir and asks if she wants to see it. He politely asks Sir Hanu to step outside for a moment and the knight reluctantly complies. He confesses that he has always wanted to touch her hair, as its color reminds him of his mother. As dumbfounded. He mother arranged all of this just for her hair, a detail she herself has barely had time to think about. He assures her he is quite skilled and asks her to leave it to him. He gently takes a lock of her hair between his fingers. She's surprised by his careful, delicate touch. It's just hair, so why is he being so reverent? When he's finished, he proudly presents his work, a beautiful, intricate braid. She notes that this is a task usually left to maids or attendants. He smiles, genuinely pleased that he could be the one to do it for her. To her own surprise, she asks if he will do it again tomorrow. His face lights up as he happily promises to do so. There's something about the way Suuradel looks at her that feels strangely constant. An irrational thought crosses her mind, a feeling that his affection will never change. The thought is persistent, a feeling of unwavering affection from him, even though it makes no logical sense. She reminds herself of the truth. Once he learns she is not a whale, everything will surely change. For now, though, she can only thank him and hope he can continue smiling. His affection feels unconditional, an idea she knows is completely irrational, but the truth hangs over her head. When he learns she isn't a whale, his feelings are bound to change. Still, for this brief moment, she offers her thanks and wishes for his happiness to last. He softly agrees and promises to see her tomorrow. Later, after making her decision, she meets Russ. She sits down with her trusted maid and tells her everything. She explains her reincarnation, this world being a novel, and all the secrets she's kept. Russ listens, then asks her own very practical questions. After a long explanation, Russ finally accepts the unbelievable story, praising her as a very smart penguin. Leah is relieved and deeply grateful for Russ's easy acceptance. It feels good to finally share her burden. Her memory of the novel is incomplete, and she still doesn't know who attacked Theodore. Russ suggests they prioritize avoiding the whale territory. Leah agrees, but says there is something she must investigate first. She is determined to uncover Suuradel's true identity. The events from the novel are coming to pass, meaning the plague that kills pure-blooded humans is also a real and coming threat. To face what's coming, she needs to gather as much information as possible. Russ doesn't understand the connection, as the whale family was barely mentioned in the book. Leah's reason is simple and direct. She is suspicious of him. Russ argues that Suuradel has all the makings of a classic supporting male lead, not a villain. He's handsome, skilled in combat, and possesses powerful magic. He is, by all accounts, perfect. Leah reluctantly agrees, but points out a major inconsistency. In the novel, only humans could use magic. Russ nervously voices the question. Does she think Suuradel is the mastermind behind it all? Leah doesn't know for sure. She just feels that something isn't right and needs to find out what it is. Russ then mentions something she herself has always found strange. Even the strongest beastmen feel an instinctual fear before Suuradel, yet Leah remains completely unaffected. Leah dismisses the idea as impossible, attributing it to his creepy obsession with her. She calls him a stalker, but Russ insists the fear beastmen feel is real and instinctive. Leah reflects that even in her tiny penguin form, she was never afraid of any beastmen. In fact, she felt she could take them all on. Russ has a sudden epiphany. Perhaps it's a special trait of Adelie penguins to be immune to fear. An image of a ferocious penguin, shouting its fearlessness, flashes through her mind. Leah quickly dismisses the ridiculous theory, and Russ sighs in defeat. Leah believes her special trait is more likely related to her mana, something beastmen typically lack. She shelves the mystery for later. The urgent task is gathering information to prevent the plague and save her father. Russ reaches out and takes her lady's hands in a gesture of solidarity. She promises to help in any way she can, telling her not to worry. Russ reveals her own motivation. She has many human friends from the Magic Tower, and she cannot bear the thought of them dying. They conclude that if they cannot prevent the plague, they must find someone who can create a cure. They muse about the long-shot possibility of finding a reclusive, eccentric master with the skills they need. Russ acknowledges that finding such a person would be nearly impossible. Then a thought strikes Russ. There is someone they could ask. This person has access to a vast network of information. Taking a deep breath, Russ suggests they go meet them. Leah is shocked. She knows exactly who Russ is referring to, her ex-lover, the information broker. Russ stands firm. Since Leah trusted her with such a monumental secret, she must rise to the occasion and help. Just as Leah has protected her, she will now return the favor. A friend's promise to protect her triggers a forgotten memory. She realizes with a gentle smile that someone has always loved her just as she is. Overwhelmed with emotion, she hugs Russ tightly, whispering her name in gratitude. Russ beams with joy, feeling that meeting her friend again was the best decision she ever made. She pulls back to offer a bright, confident reassurance that everything will be fine from now on. As Russ walks away, her friend reflects on how she appears indifferent but is deeply meticulous. She recalls how Russ noticed her anxiety and wanted to stay by her side to help. Suddenly, Russ is surprised. She realizes her friend, who was wandering the city for her master, now seems much more at ease. A silver-haired man appears, asking Russ if her search for her master is finally over. He approaches, repeating his question about whether she has given up the search. Startled by his sudden presence, Russ greets Suuradel, then cleverly asks if he has given up on his own lady. Suuradel smiles slyly, questioning why he would ever need to look for her. He reveals Leah is safe at his home, leaving Russ stunned. She demands to know how long he's known Leah was a penguin. He smirks, stating it was obvious from the beginning to anyone paying attention. Russ worries about Leah finding out, but Suuradel asks why she isn't at the magic tower. She explains she resigned, but stayed out of concern for Leah's secret. Suuradel waves off her worries and offers her a position as Leah's personal maid at Whale House. Russ hesitates, finding the offer good, but suspicious of Suuradel's sudden willingness to help. He explains that Leah has been anxious, and he believes Russ's presence will bring her stability. A realization dawns on Russ. She had always feared this man, but his expression while speaking of Leah is genuine. Uncertain of what is real, she decides her first priority must be to stay by Lady Leah's side. Russ agrees to the arrangement, but Suuradel adds one condition. She must keep their discussion a secret from Leah. Finding it a difficult request, Russ slyly counters that she would be willing to listen if he shared some secrets of his own. Suuradel leans in with a mischievous glint in his eye, tempting her with the thought of Leah's reaction to his secret. The thought of Leah's flustered penguin reactions makes Russ blush, but she admits it would be cute. They seal the deal, with Suuradel promising a photo record of the event. A new alliance is forged. Leah muses that Russ's ex-boyfriend must have moved far away, then asks for any news from the castle. Russ reports that Lord Theodore has confined himself to his room since the hunting competition and likely won't appear at the ceremony. Leah is shocked, as she was told his injury wasn't serious. Russ gets a dreamy expression, declaring she hasn't given up on the exciting love triangle she imagines. Leah dismisses the idea of a marking, wondering what the big deal is. Russ insists she'll change her mind after hearing the origin myth of the beastmen. Much to her brother's weariness, Leah's interest is piqued. She asks to hear the myth, wondering if it's connected to the novel she knows. The tale begins with a black wolf who fell deeply in love with a human woman. To be with her, the wolf made a pact with a demon to become human, but love came with a terrible price. The cost was a curse. The intense emotions the wolf felt would be passed down to all his descendants. This is the origin of the marking among wolf beastmen, an overwhelming rush of emotion for their fated one. Leah finds it unfair. Leah points out that the story only explains the marking, not the origin of all beastmen. Her companion Sommerly states that part is next, and it is not a happy story. The wolf and his human lover started a family, enjoying a brief period of peace, but humanity rejected them, branding them as unnatural monsters. The cruel persecution they faced as a family only grew worse with time. One day, the cruelty culminated in tragedy when their child was killed by humans. Consumed by grief and rage, the black wolf sought out the demon once more. He made a desperate wish to fill the entire continent with beastmen. His hope was that they would become so numerous they could never be persecuted again. And so, animals began to turn human. Leah asks about the price for this second wish. The man explains that beastmen can't hold their human form for long, with the black wolf's time being the shortest. Leah finds the tale plausible, but wonders if it is actually true as their carriage rolls to a stop. Russ notes their arrival, ready to take the lead. She prepares to handle the situation with a few necessary lies, telling her companions to focus on protecting Leah. Her companions stand ready, affirming their duty to protect their lady. Leah is excited to finally arrive at the Information Guild to meet Russ's acquaintance. Inside, a man with blonde hair wonders who could be visiting him. Leah can barely contain her excitement as she arrives at the Guild of Ypres's person. The bartender greets them with a hearty welcome. His friendly demeanor vanishes as he recognizes his visitors. Russ steps forward with authority, demanding to be taken to Jack immediately. The man blocks their way, stating that her companions cannot proceed further, even if they are her servants. He remains firm, refusing them entry. Russ is annoyed, questioning if Jack ordered this new protocol. The man flusters, insisting that Jack still holds Ypres in high regard. He explains that Jack is only expecting Ypres and no one else, as he moves to bar the door. Leah, unconcerned with the rules, strides past him, eager to get inside. She is thrilled by the sense of adventure, though she wonders if the place is dangerous. Russ assures her that her black bull of a guard will protect her, though he dryly notes he never said it wasn't dangerous. Leah clutches the protective ring from Suuradel, feeling secure with her companions by her side. Suddenly, a trap is sprung. Russ shields Leah from harm, furious at the attack. The gatekeeper protests, repeating his warning that unauthorized people are denied entry. Hanu draws his sword, arguing that being with Russ should be all the clearance they need. Russ is enraged, shouting that denial is one thing, but a physical attack is another. She worries Leah could have been hurt. The man is stunned to learn Leah is a noble. Russ scolds him harshly and vows to report him to his boss. Leah is filled with anticipation, wondering if the imposing guild master she imagines is just ahead. She spots a likely door and eagerly asks if that's his room. Just as she reaches for the door, a voice tells her to wait. Inside, Jack is giving frantic instructions to his subordinate. The guild master is in a complete panic, fussing over his appearance and how to greet his guest. He is, after all, Russ's ex. He frets about making a good impression, while outside, Leah and Hanu are bewildered by the delay. He just wants to look good for Russ. Leah is surprised. She had expected someone far more formidable. Both Leah and Hanu whisper their disappointment. They find him pathetic and believe Russ can do much better. Russ clenches her fist, seeing that Jack is still the same pathetic man she left. Jack jumps, startled to see Russ has already entered the room. He stammers a greeting, but she cuts him off with a cold, sharp word. Her expression is glacial, as she tells him he almost got her lady hurt. He tries to explain, but she dismisses him. She is here for a job, not a conversation. She introduces Leah as the client. Leah is amazed that this guild master seems so powerless before Russ. Jack looks at Leah with curiosity, admitting there was something he wanted to know. He recounts the letter from Russ, a bitter plea for help finding a penguin. He had hoped finding it would win her back. Then she stopped searching and started spending time with Leah. Leah realizes he was too fixated on Russ to see the truth. He asks Leah what she did to make Russ forget the penguin, oblivious to the fact that she is the penguin. Leah wonders if he's jealous. Russ embraces Leah, declaring he can't compare to her as they share secrets. A distraught Jack reminds Russ of a marriage promise, unable to comprehend her choosing a stranger over him. Russ coldly states she won't listen to his whining and turns to leave. Leah observes her friend, sensing deep, lingering hurt. In a panic, Jack capitulates, promising to give her any information she wants. He adds a condition. Guild policy requires a private consultation with the client. Leah feels a prickle of unease. Russ flatly refuses. Leah, however, bravely agrees to go alone, asking Russ to promise revenge should anything happen to her. Russ gives a terrifyingly sweet smile, detailing the gruesome revenge she would take. Hanu eagerly offers to assist. An attendant leads Leah to a soundproofed room. She wonders why such secrecy is necessary. As the heavy door closes, the subordinate wishes them a good conversation. The sudden shift in atmosphere makes Leah clutch her necklace. No one would hear her scream. To her surprise, Jack clasps his hands and begins to plead with her. He begs her to help him get back together with Russ. His one desperate plea is to help him win back Russ. Leah sighs in relief. She tells him her help isn't needed. He just needs to be honest with Russ. She recalls Russ telling her all she wanted from Jack was trust, and that she had even considered marriage. But his constant lies about his true nature became too much. Eventually, Russ couldn't take the deception anymore and left him. He admits he hid his species because he feared her disappointment. He claims to be the opposite of Russ's ideal type, surprising Leah, who didn't know Russ had one. He describes her ideal, someone fierce and mysterious with tough hands. A menacing penguin appears in his mind. Leah thinks he's describing an Adelie penguin, but misunderstands the gentle eyes and soft hands part. Jack laments that, while his beastman form is useful for his guild, it's not what he thinks Russ desires. Leah connects the dots, a species useful for gathering information. She remembers an old proverb about what the birds and mice hear, and has a sudden insight. He hangs his head in shame, confirming her guess. He admits he is a field mouse beastman. Leah is stunned, picturing a tiny hamster in a flower. With newfound resolve, Leah points at him and declares he must tell Russ his true identity immediately. Confused, he doesn't understand why she would like that. Believing she dislikes small animals, Leah seems personally offended by his question about the penguin. Jack recalls how Russ always avoided small animals, seemingly out of dislike. In reality, Russ was afraid her own strength would hurt the tiny creatures, and she looked away to hide how overwhelmed she was by their cuteness. Leah gives him an encouraging thumbs up, confident Russ will adore his animal form. He remains doubtful, certain Russ won't even listen to him. Leah offers to create an opportunity in exchange for his help. A spark of hope ignites in his eyes. He swears to provide any information if she can just give him a chance to talk to Russ. Leah asks him to find an exceptional alchemist who can create a cure for an epidemic, as time is running out. He knows the perfect candidate, a beastman with unparalleled skill in alchemy. Leah presses for more details. He tells her of the raccoon beastmen, famed for their talent but who vanished without a trace. When Leah asks where they went, he reveals they traveled to the whale family's territory. Leah is taken aback to hear the name of the whale family's territory again. It's explained that most beastmen reside in habitats comfortable for them, which makes a raccoon's presence on a remote island very strange. Jack gives her a map to their last known location. Now, Leah has another compelling reason to go to Wales. With the deal struck, it is time for Leah to uphold her end of the bargain. Russ and Hanu return, and Russ asks if the meeting went well. Leah says it did, but asks Russ for one favor, to simply hear Jack out. Jack looks at Russ with pleading eyes, promising it will only take a moment. Russ sighs, but out of gratitude for Leah's recent help, she agrees to listen. Leah explains that Jack only hid his identity because he feared she disliked small animals and would leave him. Russ turns away but relents. She will give him a chance to win her back. A few days later, on the eve of the Eagle family's banquet, a scene of domestic chaos unfolds. Leah struggles with a tangled braid, crying out in frustration. Suuradel, it seems, has become her personal hairdresser, a job he finds immensely satisfying. Defeated, Leah decides she needs help and rushes out of her room to find someone. She runs right into Suuradel, who is elegantly dressed and surprised to find her still awake. Leah cries out in frustration, her hair completely tangled. Suuradel has become her personal hairdresser, and he is clearly enjoying his new role. Giving up on the tangles, Leah rushes from her room in search of help. She finds Suuradel in the hall, who seems surprised to see her up so late. She tells him she was about to sleep and asks where he's going at this hour. He casually informs her that he's on his way to the Wolf family's residence. He is going to cast a healing spell on Theodore. Leah finds this odd, but trusts Suuradel's magic to be effective. Leah calls him Sue with a serious tone, and he responds softly. She sternly demands that he take responsibility. Suuradel is genuinely bewildered by her demand. She insists he return her silver hair. He teasingly offers his own in exchange. She clarifies that's not what she meant, stepping back in frustration. She stumbles on the top step and begins to fall backward. In a flash, Suuradel is there to catch her, holding her securely and chiding her to be more careful. He holds her close, reminding her to be more careful, Leah. He worries she could have been hurt. She mutters a thank you. She remembers how, as a penguin, she was so padded with fat that falls were just a part of her daily, painless routine. She tells him he can let go now, her gratitude sufficiently expressed. He tightens his grip, claiming with a sly smile that his hands simply won't obey. Annoyed, she threatens to bite him if he doesn't release her immediately. He playfully offers his cheek, daring her to do it. She pushes his face away, calling him a crazy idiot. She tells him to stop being weird and let her go, noticing her hair is even more of a mess now. He admits he tried to fix her hair tie, but only made it worse, suggesting a maid could help. She reminds him she doesn't have a maid, but he already has a candidate in mind. He suggests Ypres, who recently left the magic tower to join his household. He points out that since Ypres is Hanu's sister, it will be easy for them to become friends. Leah clenches her fists, realizing this is a perfect opportunity. Suuradel presses his point, suggesting that Ypres, being a minority herself, will understand Leah's needs. He takes her thoughtful silence as consent and promises the maid will arrive in 2 days. Leah agrees, her heart soaring at the thought of having Russ close by, even in Wales. Suuradel gently touches a strand of her hair, noting her pleasant scent. She questions his sense of smell, suggesting the fragrance is probably his own. He adds that he will give her a gift after the party, just before he leaves. Her heart flutters with anticipation. She daydreams about the gift, hoping for a gem, but feels a pang of loneliness at the thought of being in Wales by herself. Still, the excitement for the gift and the party is real. The next morning arrives. At breakfast, Leah is stunned by the news that she is invited to the Eagle family's party. Bella explains that since Leah wasn't properly introduced, this is a chance to attend as Suuradil's partner. Leah's eyes widen. Attending the party means she might finally meet her father. She eagerly accepts the invitation, thrilled by the dual prospect of a gift and a family reunion. Suuradil's brother then asks for a dance, admitting he's a bit nervous. Leah confesses she has never danced, so Hanu offers to teach her. Bella smiles, pleased at Leah's happy reaction, and admits she should have asked sooner. With a slightly unsettling laugh, she reveals she already had a dress made for Leah, just in case. The preparations, she warns, will involve a very busy schedule. Leah swallows nervously, intimidated by Bella's intense look as she asks what the schedule entails. Later, finally dressed for the ball, Leah reflects on the ordeal it took to get ready. She's endured a whirlwind of fittings and preparations, so busy that she still hasn't received Suuradil's promised gift. Now at the grand party, she scans the crowd, but there is no sign of her father. Suuradil notices her searching gaze. She quickly covers, blaming her nerves on the unfamiliar, crowded scene. She feels a bit sad, concluding her father must be too busy looking for her to attend. The time away from home has stretched longer than she planned. She knows he must be worried, but fears he would track her with magic if she sent a letter. Suddenly, a commotion ripples through the crowd. She turns and is shocked to see Theodore. He strides in with a furious expression, and Leah wonders why he's here and why he looks so angry. Panic grips her. She fears he knows about the hunting competition and has followed her here. Across the room, Theodore's eyes lock onto someone, and he lets out a curse. Leah watches, completely bewildered by his reaction. She cannot make sense of what is happening. Suuradil casually suggests that perhaps Theodore suffered a head injury during the tournament. Leah is still confused. She asks why Suuradil isn't angry at being publicly cursed by the heir of another family. Suuradil calmly asks if she would get mad at a random aunt for giving her a dirty look. A harsh but effective point. A man with silver hair questions the dark-haired woman about her visit to Theodore. She insists she only performed healing magic with his full consent. She grows anxious, unable to understand why Theodore would act so strangely if that was all that happened. Elsewhere, Theodore seethes with a dreadful realization. He believes he has marked Suuradil. Meanwhile, Suuradil smiles, recalling a sweet scent from the night before. He now knows that scent belonged to Theodore. His mind flashes back to the hunting tournament. He remembers seeing a distinctive ring on Theodore's hand. The memory takes him back to that fateful day. He remembers a moment with a mysterious hooded figure. For the first time, his mark felt less like a curse and more like a blessing. In fact, being near that person was the opposite of a curse. His heart had pounded with a sudden, profound clarity. He knew he had been living his entire life just for that encounter. The feeling was so overwhelming. He would have sold his soul to a demon just to hold on to it. But his consciousness failed him before he could see the face of the one he had marked. When he awoke, he expected to find the wolf family's moon tattoo, but it was nowhere to be found. He now understands the ritual's requirements. The mark was incomplete because it lacked the necessary physical contact. As a result, a terrible fever has plagued him ever since. He was forced to hide his condition with temporary magic to maintain his strong facade. He languishes, trapped by his illness. He knows he won't be free until the mark is finally and truly completed. The name echoes in his mind, and his resolve hardens. If Suuradil is the one, then everything has changed. He strides purposefully through the halls of his family home. He finds his mother and commands her to stop the search for his marking partner. She is taken aback by his sudden return from the banquet. His mother expresses her confusion and deep concern. His very life is at risk if the mark remains incomplete. Theodore, weak but resolute, insists he will find another solution. His mother despairs at his stubborn resistance, even in the face of the sickness. She realizes arguing is futile. She will have to find his partner in secret for his own good. The scene shifts back to Leah, alone at the grand banquet. Leah glances around, feeling a bit adrift now that Sue has also stepped away for a moment. Lady Bella's voice cuts through the crowd, beckoning Leah to join her. With a polite smile, Lady Bella introduces Leah to a group of noblewomen, announcing her as a ward of the Whale family. One of the ladies recognizes her, recalling that she was the girl found during the recent hunting tournament. The high society women scrutinize Leah. Her hair confirms their suspicions. She must be a rare orca, and a beautiful one at that. A noblewoman makes a patronizing comment about Lady Bella being happy to have more of her own kind around. Leah grows flustered. She was not prepared to be introduced to the matriarchs of the most powerful families in the empire. Lady Bella smoothly steers the conversation, noting her own son's unique nature and how long it's been since she's seen hair like Leah's. The women quickly adjust their tone, reinterpreting his uniqueness as a sign of supreme strength, having no natural predators. One of them cuts to the chase, slyly asking if Bella plans to match Leah with her son. Bella dismisses the notion outright, explaining that Suuradel has no interest in marriage. Leah listens with quiet tension. Bella then declares her full support for whomever Leah chooses, a statement that clearly startles the other ladies. The mood shifts instantly. The ladies bombard Leah with offers for their own sons and daughters, hoping to forge a connection. It's clear to any observer that a tie to the whale family is a highly coveted prize. Lady Bella politely deflects their advances. She explains that Leah is still clumsy with her transformations, so they are avoiding formal meetings for now. The ladies' enthusiasm immediately dies. They understand the grave implications of her words and retreat. The reason for their abrupt change of heart is simple and grim. A beastkin's ability to transform is tied directly to their life. The form beastkin is in at the moment of death is the form they keep forever, making them unidentifiable if they die as an animal. This vulnerability makes them easy targets. They are often hunted or fall victim to crimes while in their animal forms. Leah finally understands. Lady Bella's comment about her being clumsy was a shield, not an insult. Their matchmaking plans foiled. The noblewomen make a hasty retreat. Leah exhales a long breath of relief. The ordeal is finally over. Lady Bella smiles warmly, encouraging Leah to relax and enjoy her first banquet now that the introductions are done. With newfound excitement, Leah decides it's time to find some delicious food and finally enjoy the party. Her relief is short-lived, however. The encounter with the ladies was merely the first of her trials. A slick young nobleman approaches her, flattering her before asking for dance. Leah calmly informs him that Suuradel is her partner, effectively shutting him down. His confident expression falters. Undeterred, another suitor approaches, inviting her for a private chat on the terrace. She offers to bring Suuradel along, making it less awkward. He suddenly remembers a pressing appointment and flees. That makes two down. The strategy proves effective. Using Suuradel's fearsome reputation, she effortlessly wards off several more advances. Meanwhile, Suuradel watches, amused. She muses on the power of Suuradel's name while finally enjoying her cake. It's an effective, if puzzling, deterrent. She finds herself wondering what he does to inspire such fear. Her eyes scan the ballroom and land on him. He is speaking with a woman, and the tension between them is thick enough to cut with a knife. He compares the woman's demeanor to that of a rabbit before a starving lion. His words are as sharp as his gaze. He then declines her request for a dance with a pleasant smile, stating he dislikes being around people who fear him. He adds, with an air of finality, that he prefers the company of confident penguins. Hiding nearby, Leah is completely baffled by his excuse. The woman erupts in fury, accusing him of spreading absurd rumors. She scoffs at the idea of him liking an ugly penguin. Suuradel's smile vanishes, replaced by a chilling silence as a dark aura envelops him. Leah has seen enough. Annoyed by the woman's desperate persistence, she steps forward, surprising Suuradel. She directly confronts the woman, telling her to leave him alone since he has already said no. The woman sneers, dismissing Leah as a mere charity case of the whale family and warning her to stay out of it. Leah stands her ground, declaring she can't possibly stay out of it. She points at Suuradel, proclaiming him as her partner. She repeats her challenge, demanding to know why the woman won't take no for an answer. The woman scoffs at Leah's claim, belittling her status as a killer whale protected by the whale family. She insists that Leah, who is only present through Lady Bella's charity, has no right to interfere. Leah refuses to back down, insisting that she must get involved. With unwavering confidence, she declares again that he is her partner. Suuradel is clearly entertained by this turn of events. Leah doubles down, confirming her claim. Satisfied, Leah turns to leave, bidding Sue to follow her. He readily agrees, taking her hand as they walk away from the scene. He pulls her into an embrace, and she grumbles at him, An escort was all she asked for, not a hug. He counters playfully, reminding her that she embraced him just last night. The spurned woman watches them, shocked. Leah protests that it was a one-time thing. But the woman has heard enough to draw her own conclusions. The woman flees, utterly scandalized by her misunderstanding. Leah panics about the new rumor, but Suuradel calmly assures her he will handle it. He smiles at Leah, asking if she heard what he said earlier. He playfully wonders aloud if he claimed his favorite food was penguins. Leah is momentarily captivated by his radiant smile. He notices her silence. She quickly looks away, pretending she didn't hear a thing. Later that evening, back at the whale residence, the grand party is a distant memory. Leah stretches luxuriously, finally done with the day's events. But then, she remembers something important. She recalls Suuradel's promise of 2 gifts, one of which was supposed to be waiting in her room. A young maid greets her politely, introducing herself as Ypres, her new personal attendant. Leah's face lights up with pure joy. It's her dear friend Russ. She throws her arms around the maid, exclaiming that Russ is the best present she could have asked for. Russ explains she was just about to look for Leah, sparking Leah's curiosity. The reason for her search is simple. She needs to ask Leah how to transform into an animal. She must travel to the whale territory to help with an epidemic and wants to avoid any embarrassing, accidental transformations. She offers to give Leah some special training in return. Russ struggles to find the words to explain the process. She likens it to breathing, an unconscious act that is nearly impossible to describe, leaving Leah more confused than before. For beastmen born as humans, shapeshifting is an innate ability, not a learned skill. Even so, Russ has an idea. She presents a large, heavy sack, hoping it will help. Leah peers at the sack, curious about its contents. With a dramatic flourish, Russ prepares for the grand reveal. The sack spills open, revealing a hoard of shimmering jewels. Russ recalls Leah's fondness for rocks as a penguin and hopes this will help her tap into that memory to transform. Leah is deeply touched by her friend's incredible thoughtfulness and pulls her into another hug. Russ suggests finding a basket for the jewels, lest they get stolen. Leah enthusiastically agrees. Leah can barely contain her excitement. She is eager to become a penguin again. She focuses on her friend's words, trying to treat the transformation not as a difficult task, but as a natural change of mindset. She gathers the glittering jewels, promising them she'll sit on them soon enough. To her own astonishment, it works. She suddenly finds herself in penguin form, shocked and delighted. She hears footsteps outside her door and happily assumes Russ is returning. Proudly perched atop her pile of treasures, she prepares to show off her successful transformation. Russ enters, praising her genius, but Suuradel walks in right behind her. He asks Leah if she received his present. He then inquires if he may still tend to her hair, even with a new maid. He remains completely oblivious to the small penguin on the floor. Leah freezes in place. Suuradel finally notices her, casually remarking that the penguin seems to be enjoying itself. Panic floods her tiny penguin brain. What is she going to do? Does he recognize her? Of course he recognizes her. The realization hits her with full force. He's seen her as a penguin many times before. Suuradel pops his head back into the room, apologizing for having forgotten something. Stuck on her pile of gems, Leah can only manage a small, questioning squeak. He smiles, holding up a small purple object. He bids Leah farewell, using her name without a hint of surprise. The use of her name stuns her. She flaps her wings wildly, trying to get his attention. She waddles after him as fast as her little feet can carry her, squawking indignantly. He turns, feigning ignorance. He playfully asks if she's upset that he's not surprised by her current form. She confirmed his suspicion with a series of frantic squawks. He gently picks her up, his expression unreadable. He then quietly confesses what she never suspected. He knew she was Adelia from the very beginning. He repeats himself, letting the weight of his words sink in. He has always known her true identity. Leah is utterly floored. He knew everything and chose to say nothing. She demands to know why. He simply remarks on her curious expression, admitting that watching her secret struggles was quite interesting. A memory flashes through her mind, a time when she was almost discovered by him. She thinks of all the times she desperately tried to maintain her cover. The awful truth dawns on her. He was secretly laughing at her the whole time. She attacks him with all her penguin might. He dodges her pecks with a laugh, teasingly asking if she's already seeking a kiss. She is enraged by his casual deception and flails furiously. Russ returns, noticing the dropped basket, and then the scene unfolding with Suuradel. Russ returns, noticing the dropped basket, and then the scene unfolding with Suuradel. She is shocked, having only been gone for a little while. Leah squeaks out a desperate cry for help. Russ clenches her fist, lamenting that she missed such an amusing confrontation. Suuradel casually mentions that he took a picture, which only serves to incense Leah further. Even her best friend is in on it. Suuradel calmly changes the subject, asking if she can now transform at will. If so, he explains, she'll need to use her hands to change back into a human. A new wave of horror washes over Leah. She had assumed she would simply change back automatically. In another place, a woman with dark hair contemplates their journey to the whale territory. She is consumed with worry about what will happen if Bella discovers her deception. Would Bella feel betrayed? Or would she, against all odds, be happy to meet the killer whales? But she knows that's a foolish hope. The most likely outcome, she fears, is that Bella will despise her for the lie. Suuradel's voice cuts through Leah's thoughts, asking if she truly believes his mother only cares about her lineage. He presses the point, asking if his mother would deem her useless if she couldn't produce an heir. The question startles her, but she knows the Bella she has come to admire would never be so cruel. He gently reminds her that he, too, is of the whale race. There are other solutions to their people's problems. He smiles warmly, admitting his words would be meaningless if they weren't for her. Leah dismisses his sweet words. He's a strange man, saying such things to a penguin. She resolves to try transforming back on her own. She has to get to the whale territory to save her father. But after many minutes of trying every method she can think of, she fails. She slumps in defeat, unable to do it. Russ looks on with concern before hesitantly offering a last resort, a way to force the transformation. He smiles warmly, admitting his words would be meaningless if they weren't for her. Leah is internally flustered, finding him peculiar. Russ urges her to focus on the feeling of her earlier transformation. Leah droops, sadly acknowledging that she already knows. She steels her resolve one last time. To save her father, she must succeed. But after dozens of minutes, she is exhausted and defeated. She can't do it. Russ hesitates before revealing that there is, in fact, a way to force the change back to human. Leah hops up, instantly energized. She demands to know the method and why Russ withheld it. The suggestion is a kiss with Suuradel. Leah's expression sours immediately. Russ explains that intense emotions triggered by intimate contact can force a beastkin to revert to their human form. The logic makes sense, but Leah is skeptical. Would a simple kiss really be enough? She remembers her father's nightly kisses on her forehead, a simple, loving gesture. Russ clarifies that not just any kiss will do, but she feels a kiss with Suuradel has a high probability of success. The key, Russ explains shyly, is that the kiss must contain a measure of love. Suuradel, blushing faintly, declares himself ready for the task. Leah erupts in protest. He thinks of her as a pet, so there's no way it could possibly work. Suuradel sighs, claiming he was only joking and that it seems a kiss won't work after all. Russ looks at him quizzically. Gently, he pats the claims his affection cannot penguin's head extend beyond that of an owner. Admitting that it's true, he does like Leah. However, he claims his affection cannot extend beyond that of an owner for a pet. Russ throws her hands up in exasperation at his maddeningly confident, yet contradictory statements. The two bicker, with Suuradel suggesting they try it anyway and Russ chiding him for his flippancy. Leah lets out a furious squawk. She will not have them debating her first kiss without her consent. Leah lets out a furious squawk. She will not have them debating her first kiss without her consent. Suuradel ends the argument, deciding to table the issue. They will find a solution in the morning if she is still a penguin. The next day arrives, and Leah is still a penguin, utterly dejected. Guard Hanu has been summoned to assist. Suuradel asks her again if she has reconsidered telling his mother the truth. She shakes her head. She no longer wants to, though the guilt of her deception still weighs on her. Russ frets over their travel plans, suggesting they lie and say Leah is ill to delay their departure. A servant overhears and points out that a delay would mean the madam would not get to meet her. Leah is resolute. They must go. Russ observes her determination, though she doesn't understand the reason for it. Suuradel proposes a compromise. They will extend the travel time, giving them a chance to find a solution en route. He then adds a teasing remark about her, using the time to reconsider kissing him. Just then, Bella appears, asking why Suuradel is carrying Leah on his back. He stands there, Leah bundled up in a blanket on his back, his heart hammering in his chest. He calmly lies, saying she is simply exhausted from the previous night's festivities and is sleeping. Tucked inside the blanket, Leah's own heart pounds with fear. Have they been discovered? Bella suggests letting her have some air, but Suuradel quickly claims the sunlight would wake her. Bella seems to accept his excuse, but advises him to treat Leah with more care and consideration. He questions her meaning, but she dismisses it as his usual thoughtlessness and lets the matter drop. He challenges her perception, asking if she truly believes he is just playing with Leah's feelings. Bella reminds him that Leah has been anxious since her arrival, making his sincerity difficult to trust. She warns him not to cause her pain. He tells his mother not to worry about such things. Leah, listening from the blanket, is confused. With a soft, sincere expression, he states that he is always earnest when it comes to Leah. He repeats his vow with a confident smile, his sincerity finally shining through. Bella watches her son, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. She concedes, trusting him to handle things on his own. With that, they prepare to depart. Privately, however, she still worries that he is too emotionally immature for such matters. They gather at the grand teleportation circle in the Square of Whale, ready to begin their journey. In a disorienting flash of light, they arrive. The sudden teleportation squishes Leah inside her blanket. Peeking out, she is stunned by the magnificent architecture of Whale Island. She can't believe the journey was over so quickly. Teleportation magic is usually a complex and time-consuming process, especially for the young and inexperienced. Preparing the magic circle alone takes hours. This instant travel defies all known principles of magic. The speed and ease of this long-distance teleportation is simply unbelievable. The little bird, perched on his shoulder, grows suspicious of the man's true identity. Footsteps echo through the magnificent but empty hall. He playfully gauges her reaction to the effortless teleportation. He even dangles a life of luxurious ease as a perk of marrying him, an offer she can't easily refuse. Leah is thoroughly unimpressed by his proposition, her displeasure clear. He continues to tease her, but her attention is suddenly captured by a vision of immense wealth. Perhaps this arrangement has its material benefits after all. They have arrived at their destination. With a flourish, Suuradel presents Leah with her own personal room on Whale Island. The maid and another man look on from the doorway. He informs her that his mother has arranged to show her around the castle, a formal welcome. Faced with this escalating situation, Leah privately considers her most desperate plan. The maid, Ypres, completely misreads the situation. She excitedly announces that Leah desires a kiss from Suuradel. Suuradel is caught completely off guard, wondering how such a misunderstanding could have possibly occurred. Ypres excitedly reminds him of Leah's last resort, much to Leah's frantic and sputtering dismay. Suuradel quickly intervenes, putting a stop to the maid's meddling. He shields Ypres from Leah's view, clearly annoyed by her attempt to orchestrate their intimacy. The maid offers a meek apology, her excitement over a potential first kiss having gotten the better of her. The moment hangs awkwardly between them. He reassures Leah that he has no intention of taking advantage of her. He simply wants her to know she can rely on him when she needs help. His unexpected consideration gives her pause. She finds herself questioning her own animosity towards him. She rationalizes that a kiss is a small price to pay, perhaps even a way to get back at him. Yet, the thought of her very first kiss makes her hesitate. Seeing her indecision, he proposes a game of rock, paper, scissors to settle the matter. Before she can protest, the game begins. In a swift move, his scissors defeat her paper. The outcome is decided. With a charming smile, he reminds her of the rules of the game. A loss is a loss, and now she must face the consequences. The horrifying realization dawns on her. She was destined to lose. His promise not to seek personal gain now feels like a blatant lie. He dismisses his trickery as a simple joke, seemingly oblivious to her feelings. She stews in silent, penguin-shaped fury. Though irritated, her thoughts turn to a more practical problem. Her current form is an obstacle to her true goal, finding a raccoon beastman. He gently lowers her expectations about the kiss's magical properties. Meanwhile, Leah bides her time, planning to make the inevitable moment as unpleasant for him as possible. A flicker of regret, she thinks she should have been much more forceful with her peck. And just like that, the transformation is a stunning success. She is human again, and the two stare at each other, the air thick with the magic of the moment. A triumphant smirk plays on her lips. She revels in his stunned expression, coyly questioning his feelings for her now. He's caught completely off guard by her transformation and her confidence. This was not what he anticipated at all. For the first time, he feels seen without fear. This unexpected bravery from her makes him feel a strange, novel connection. Her curiosity piqued, she gets closer, inquiring about what he's hiding. He becomes flustered, insisting it's nothing important. She pins him with a sharp look, demanding to know why he can't meet her eyes. Just then, the door opens, and the woman named Bella enters. She cheerfully offers to personally show Leah around the grand estate. Bella's cheerful demeanor vanishes as she takes in the scene. She sees Leah in only a robe, standing intimately close to her son. The situation appears even more compromising as she realizes they are positioned on the bed. Her mind jumps to the worst possible conclusion. Leah scrambles to correct the misunderstanding, but Suuradel calmly throws fuel on the fire. He coolly informs his mother that she has interrupted a private moment. Utterly embarrassed, Bella apologizes profusely for intruding and quickly backs out of the room. She leaves with a parting threat for her son. Leah's panic turns to rage. She pummels him in frustration, berating him for making the situation infinitely worse. Determined to fix his mess, she announces her intent to find his mother and clear her name, but he holds her back. He pulls her into a sudden embrace, preventing her escape. Startled, she struggles against his hold and demands to be released. He pleads with her to stay just for a moment more. He tightens his embrace, his expression soft and his cheeks flushed as he savors the moment. His strange behavior only fuels her anger and confusion. She insists he release her at once. With a mischievous grin, he makes a bold suggestion. She can leave, but the robe must stay. The argument continues, their chibai forms debating the ridiculousness of staying embraced for 10 whole minutes. Fed up, she lays out the logical next steps. She needs to get dressed and clear the air with his mother, and he needs to leave her room. Her suggestion sparks an idea. He realizes teleportation is the perfect, simple solution to his current predicament. He praises her brilliance and promptly vanishes in a swirl of magic, leaving her alone and still wearing his clothes. She can only stand there, baffled and confused by his bizarre actions. After changing, she finds herself outside his door, hoping the awkward situation with his mother has been resolved. She feels uncertain about intruding and considers just waiting to talk to him at a better time. Curiosity gets the better of her, and she peeks inside. She's surprised to see Lady Bella is in the room. The furious expression on Bella's face tells her everything. The misunderstanding is far from over. It has likely gotten worse. She resolves to step in and handle it. It's the perfect opportunity to speak with him and also correct his mother's assumptions. She approaches Lady Bella directly, taking her hands to get her attention and begin her earnest explanation. To Leah's surprise, Bella apologizes gently, showing no sign of the anger she expected. Bella's words about not interfering in their youthful relationship only deepen Leah's confusion. Bella becomes emotional, worrying about the speed of their supposed relationship. She tearfully apologizes to Leah on behalf of her son's perceived shamelessness. She reassures a stunned Leah that her anger is directed solely at her own son's behavior, not at her. Leah desperately tries to interject and deny the very premise of their conversation. A moment of hesitation. She fears that denying everything now might only make Lady Bella more upset. When prompted, Leah finally manages to stammer out that nothing inappropriate occurred between them. Just then, a newly refreshed Suuradel emerges, sensing the tense atmosphere has somewhat dissipated. He looks around, genuinely confused, and asks for an explanation for the gathering in his room. Leah, still trying to make sense of his actions, questions his sudden need to bathe. He averts his gaze, blushing as he offers the weak excuse that he was simply feeling warm. His mother decides it's time for her to exit, instructing him to listen to what Leah has to say. Leah updates him on her damage control efforts and insists he follow up with a proper explanation to his mother. He agrees, but a small part of him feels surprisingly let down by the news that she denied any romantic connection. Changing the subject, he asks about her original purpose for seeking him out. She recalls her request. His demeanor shifts instantly. He suspiciously asks if this letter is intended for a male recipient. She explains that the letter is for her father, a simple message to assure him of her safety. His relief is palpable upon hearing the recipient is her father. She internally dismisses his odd mood swings as a side effect of the lingering magical heat. She passes him the letter and invites him to read its contents. After reading the short, simple message, He questions if its brevity will be enough to comfort a worried parent. She insists that any news is better than silence. He, however, raises a valid concern about the magical trail the letter might leave. That is exactly her point. She appeals to his pride, hailing him as a genius wizard capable of solving such a problem. Her logic is simple. A mage powerful enough to execute such a complex teleportation spell is surely powerful enough to conceal the magical origins of a simple letter. Convinced, he agrees to her plan, promising to deliver it discreetly to avoid detection. With the letter issue settled, he announces he has another gift for her, sparking her curiosity. He conjures a magnificent magic staff, recalling a past conversation where she had mentioned wanting one. Impressed by the craftsmanship, she asks if it's his own creation. He proudly confirms it is, eager for her approval. She internally laughs, recalling that her desire for a staff was just a random lie to deflect suspicion about her true, non-orca identity. The fact that he remembered her careless words and created such a thoughtful gift moves her. She clutches the beautiful object, genuinely questioning the depth of his kindness and motivation. While grateful, she explains the practical problem. As a penguin, she lacks the ability to use magic, rendering the gift beautiful but useless. She feels a pang of guilt for creating this awkward situation. He speaks her name, his tone serious. He reminds her of the time she asked if she could wield magic. He had answered yes then, and he meant it. His belief in her abilities wasn't based on her supposed race. He insists he truly thinks she possesses magical potential. His unwavering faith leaves her speechless and filled with a dawning sense of possibility. Elsewhere at the imposing mage tower, a different scene unfolds. Leah's father, consumed by fury over his daughter's abduction, makes a startling command. He orders all search efforts to be called off immediately. He deduces that the kidnapper is a formidable foe. A conventional search will be completely useless against such power. Though their reasons are unknown, his resolve is absolute. He will hunt down those who took his daughter and show them no mercy. Leah is still reeling from his declaration, unable to process the idea that she could possess magic. She recalls a past inquiry from Lord Primo about her mana. It seems her father wasn't the only one who sensed something unusual about her. He privately dismisses Lord Primo's insight as a husband's intuition, then brings the conversation back to the topic at hand, her mana. He begins to explain that her magical signature is unique. The sheer volume is impressive, but the method of its generation is what's truly astonishing. She presses for details, curious to understand what makes her so different. He contrasts her ability with that of orcas, who naturally draw mana from their surroundings. This information clicks into place. The established lore she knew has been different for 2 decades, altering the very fabric of the world she thought she understood. He clarifies that she fits neither category. She doesn't draw mana from the air like an orca, nor does she produce it internally like a human. Her unique trait is the ability to act as a vessel, storing mana. This raises the critical question of its origin. With a knowing look, he implies that her power is a direct result of her proximity to a powerful mage. The pieces fall into place. Her entire life spent in the mana-rich environment of the mage tower explains her current state. She brings up another hurdle, the immense study required for spellcasting, a task for which she feels ill-suited. He concedes her point. He slyly reminds her of his own effortless display of power, hinting that there are other ways. His simple, arrogant explanation for his skill leaves her momentarily silent. Discouraged, she declares the endeavor hopeless and attempts to give back his gift. She lists her insecurities, her weakness in mathematics, and the fear of depleting her finite mana reserves during a crucial moment. He dismisses her concerns, assuring her that her storage capacity for mana is exceptionally vast. He then adds a flirtatious offer. Should she ever run low, he would be more than happy to replenish her supply personally. The intimate undertone of his offer is not lost on her. Horrified, she rejects the idea completely. He tries to persuade her not to give up so easily, pointing out her immense potential. She decides to explain her philosophy by quoting her role model, a particular penguin. His interest is piqued. An image of a cool penguin in a jumpsuit appears as she reveals its simple, yet profound life motto: prioritize fun. When he asks for more information, she describes the penguin's companion as a dinosaur, which she equates to a dragon, leaving him utterly bewildered. The intimate undertone of his offer is not lost on her. Horrified, she rejects the idea completely. He tries to persuade her not to give up so easily, pointing out her immense potential. She decides to explain her philosophy by quoting her role model, a particular penguin. His interest is piqued. An image of a cool penguin in a jumpsuit appears as she reveals its simple, yet profound life motto: prioritize fun. When he asks for more information, she describes the penguin's companion as a dinosaur, which she equates to a dragon, leaving him utterly bewildered. He confesses with a smile that he anticipated her reluctance and prepared for it. He starts with the basics, explaining that a staff is fundamentally a tool for stabilizing magical energy. This staff, however, is special. He has preloaded it with spells, allowing her to bypass the difficult calculations and cast magic instantly. Her excitement is renewed. He assures her the process is simple and suggests they begin her training the next day. He gently offers to tie up her hair for her. She agrees, a little flustered by the casual intimacy of the gesture. The reality of the situation sinks in, and she is filled with giddy excitement at the prospect of wielding magic. A wave of doubt washes over her. She worries about her own enthusiasm and whether her past deception still bothers him. Gathering her courage, she confronts the issue head-on, asking why he kept her secret. He admits his affection for her existed regardless of her form, but seeing her as a human brings him a new level of joy. He explains that he understood her deception wasn't malicious, and his silence was intentional. He nonchalantly admits he was amused by the situation, leaving her baffled by his reasoning. He elaborates, confessing that her flustered reaction upon being discovered was exactly the entertaining outcome he had hoped for. She turns the tables, reminding him that he seemed just as surprised by the turn of events. He concedes that the sudden reveal of her penguin form was a shock. This prompts her to question his hasty retreat. He explains his retreat as an attempt to grant her privacy, a logic she finds deeply flawed. He gently lifts her chin, expressing his complete and unwavering trust in her. She finds herself flustered by his forwardness. He has a knack for saying the most disarming things with utter sincerity. He compliments the softness of her hair, which she playfully counters by complimenting his own. An idea strikes her, and she makes a sudden demand. With a bright, eager smile, she declares her intention to feel his hair for herself. As she touches his hair, she's surprised by its texture, finding it both soft and pleasantly wavy. She breathes in deeply, discovering an appealing scent as well. The fragrance is crisp and clean, evoking the feeling of a cool ocean breeze. She looks at him with genuine appreciation, complimenting him on the pleasant experience. The intimacy of the moment makes him blush. He makes an excuse about his mother waiting and prepares to leave. With a flash of magic, he's gone, leaving her to process the sudden departure. She reflects on the moment with a touch of regret, wishing it had lasted just a bit longer. Alone, Suuradel processes his emotions. The kiss and her transformation left him bewildered, forcing him to confront feelings he had long denied. The simple act of her touching his hair was a catalyst, breaking down his defenses and making him confront the truth. The memory of that moment is still potent. His heart had pounded in his chest with an intensity he'd never felt before. A groundbreaking realization dawns on him. His feelings for Leah might be far deeper than mere friendship. Bella interrupts his thoughts with a stern warning. She will not tolerate him toying with Leah's affections. He challenges her assumption, questioning if her doubt stems from his own past behavior and detached nature. She concedes that this is out of character for him, but her primary concern is protecting Leah from potential heartbreak. He states it plainly, leaving no room for doubt. His feelings for Leah are sincere. His direct and heartfelt admission leaves his mother completely speechless. He reaffirms his sincerity, making it clear that his intentions are serious. He acknowledges the potential for rejection, but declares his own commitment is absolute. He will not give up on her. He reflects that his feelings for Leah feel destined, an unavoidable conclusion to their time together. He reveals the truth that connects all the dots. Leah is the very same penguin from the Mage Tower. The news that Leah is not an orca, but a penguin, is another shocking revelation for Bella. She understands the significance immediately. That small penguin was the first creature to ever show him acceptance instead of fear. In a world where his power isolated him, the penguin's fearlessness was a beacon of light. To a boy defined by loneliness, that small creature represented salvation and unconditional companionship. With this new understanding, there is one final, crucial thing she needs to know. She asks if he has transferred his profound attachment from the penguin to the woman she has become. Overcome with emotion, she weeps with relief. Her deepest fear was that her son would be left utterly alone in the world. As he comforts his crying mother, she voices her concern about Leah's true race and whether it disappoints him. He insists that her race is irrelevant. The joy of having her in his life surpasses any preconceived expectations. He gently takes her hands, reaffirming that her happiness and their family bond are what truly matter to him. With her worries assuaged, she gives him her full support, urging him to win Leah's heart. Full of newfound resolve, he promises his mother he will give it his all. But before romance, there is duty. A mountain of paperwork neglected by his father awaits his attention. His mother wishes him well on his administrative tasks and turns to depart. He questions her destination, and she cheerfully announces her plan to visit Leah. He playfully stops her, arguing that since she is also responsible for his father's absence, she should share the burden of his work. His attempt at roping her into his work is met with a stern, unimpressed glare. He quickly shifts his argument, appealing to her sentimentality. He asks her to allow Leah the dignity of revealing her own secret. She points out the hypocrisy of his request, as he is the source of her knowledge. She also admits she would have been disappointed had they not been dating. She confesses her preference, but reaffirms that it would not have altered her fundamental acceptance of Leah. He acknowledges her sincerity, but stresses that Leah herself is deeply worried about this very issue. His primary concern is protecting Leah's feelings from any hint of disappointment. He reveals the depth of his protective feelings, wanting to shield her from any potential pain. After a session of shared work, he expresses his gratitude for her help. She recalls an item she was meant to deliver, a message from his father. He accepts the card, his expression unreadable. A quick glance at the card changes his plans. He informs his mother her visit to Leah will have to be postponed. His father's message was a suggestion for a date, an opportunity he intends to seize immediately. Suuradel suddenly appears before Leah, who is surprised to see him so late. Beaming with joy, he makes a simple, direct confession of his feelings. He follows his declaration with a hopeful question, rendering her momentarily speechless. She assumes his cheerful demeanor is a result of clearing things up with his mother. She offers a reserved, but not negative, response. He seizes the opening, taking her hand and proposing a date, which surprises her with its suddenness. He reveals his father's tip about a local night market, suggesting it would be a fun outing for them to share. The thought of a night market sparks her interest. Her mind immediately goes to the romantic tropes of storytelling. A night market is the perfect setting for a significant event. More importantly, this could be her chance to find the raccoon beastkin she's been searching for. This date is now a mission. This could be my one chance to meet a raccoon beastkin. I'm definitely going. Upon arriving, Leah is captivated by the magnificent surroundings. She feels a sense of wonder and excitement for the day ahead. Sue notices her admiration for the magical staff he gifted her. She happily admits she loves it and can't wait to finally use magic. Sue announces his intention to practice his animal transformation at the sea tomorrow. He offers to teach her about mana then, as well. Leah questions if he has the time for that. He nonchalantly explains it's a perfect excuse to slack off while his mother handles his work. They mutually decide it's time to begin exploring the area in earnest. A thought occurs to Leah. Splitting up would make searching for the raccoon beastkin more efficient, and it might put her companions at ease. She suggests that she and Sue will search together, sending her two escorts, Hanu and Russ, off on their own. Hanu immediately objects, citing his duty as her escort prohibits personal time. Russ swiftly jabs him in the side. Russ cheerily shoos a bewildered Hanu away, wishing Leah and Sue a pleasant date. The suggestion leaves Leah completely lost. She turns away, irritated by the assumption. The idea that she and Sue are on a date is utterly absurd to her. She can't comprehend how anyone could mistake them for a couple. Sue seems to share her sentiment, a subtle gesture betraying his own denial. Hanu's formal protest about his duties as an escort echoes his earlier complaint. Russ once again shoves him along, enthusiastically wishing the pair a good date, much to Leah's continued confusion. Leah dismisses the very notion with a scoff, completely annoyed by the idea of a date. She continues to fume, finding it preposterous that anyone would see them in a romantic light. Sue bluntly points out that to any observer, they do indeed look like a couple. The realization hits Leah with a jolt. Taking charge of the situation, Sue decides to make the most of their perceived status. He proposes they pretend to be a couple just for today, noting its personal significance. He then surprises her with a kiss to her hand. He gently leads her away, and she decides to tolerate it for today. After all, he did give her the staff and help with her father. While enjoying a snack, Leah worries their fun is distracting from her goal. Yet she can't shake the feeling that something significant is about to happen. Her attention is suddenly drawn to a pair of figures in the crowd. Their furtive behavior immediately strikes her as suspicious. Her suspicions are confirmed as she witnesses one person deftly steal a notebook from the other. She knew it. A thief was at work. Leah boldly confronts the thief, demanding the return of the stolen notebook while Sue watches from a distance. The thief, identified as a seagull beastkin with a self-professed stealing habit, apologizes and bolts. Leah cries out for him to stop. The victim of the theft breathes a sigh of relief. The thief may have escaped, but at least their belongings are safe. Leah holds the recovered notebook, realizing its owner vanished in the chaos. She is left wondering what to do. She decides her only option is to look inside the notebook. She hopes to find a name to identify its owner. Opening the book, she finds a passage about predetermined fate and a person who defies it. She is shocked to see the text is written in Hangul. The discovery stuns her. There is no doubt in her mind that the script is Hangul, a language that has no place in this world. The familiar script and the mysterious message about fate create a burning need within her. She absolutely has to find the owner of this notebook. Turning to Sue with the notebook in hand, she urgently asks for his help. She later explains to him that the knights tracked down the owner. The suspect had been lurking near the castle and was caught attempting to break in. Leah puzzles over the captive's interest in the whale family, connecting it to the notebook's contents. She asks to speak with the prisoner alone. Sue agrees to her request, assuring her he will wait just outside in case she needs him. Leah faces the prisoner, asking directly if the notebook and its strange text belong to her. The prisoner is visibly startled by the question. The young woman, Nikita, eyes her with suspicion, questioning why she wants to know. Leah reveals her reason. She can recognize the text. This compelled her to seek out the person who wrote it. Nikita grabs the bars of her cell, her face a mask of disbelief. Leah calmly confirms that she can indeed read the writing. Nikita proposes a trade. If Leah reveals her identity, she will share what she knows about the mysterious text. Nikita begins her tale, tracing the origin of the text back to a distant ancestor revered as a saint. While studying the saint's journal, Nikita unearthed a fantastic secret. Her ancestor was a prophet who could foretell the future. She explains that she copied the text from the journal's first and last pages. However, she herself was unable to decipher its meaning. Leah presses for more information, asking how Nikita is so certain it's a genuine prophecy. Nikita's conviction is absolute. Everything else in the journal came true, including the prediction that Nikita herself would one day find and read it. The pieces click into place for Leah. She asks if the prophecy is what brought Nikita to Whale Island. Nikita confirms it. The journal's predictions had been flawless, except for one glaring inconsistency: the prophesied end of magic. The prophecy claimed magic was exclusive to pure-blooded humans and would die with them. However, the existence of the magic-wielding whale family contradicts this. This single failure in an otherwise perfect prophecy led Nikita to a powerful conviction. She believes it signifies that fate itself has finally been altered. Leah processes this information, but comes to a different conclusion. It sounds less like fate changing and more like the original story she knows has gone off track. Nikita declares she came to the whale family to discover the reason for this change in fate. Leah is taken aback by her passionate intensity. Leah asks her directly, wanting to understand her deep obsession with this prophecy. Nikita's eyes shine with a fervent light. To her, exploring the unknown is a beautiful and exciting pursuit, as captivating as alchemy itself. The mention of alchemy stops Leah in her tracks. That one word changes everything. A new theory forms in Leah's mind, quickly followed by a direct question. She asks Nikita if she is a raccoon beastman. Stunned that Leah knew, Nikita can only stare as her raccoon form materializes beside her. Leah realizes she has found her target in the most unusual way. Leah quickly strategizes. She has the perfect leverage to persuade the raccoon beastman and offer to help solve the mystery of the prophecy. She considers that, while Nikita failed to change fate, she herself has succeeded before. The words from the notebook echo in her mind. It dawns on her that she might be the anomaly, the one whose fate isn't decided. The truth solidifies. She is a transmigrator. This realization brings a wave of hope. She might be able to prevent the extinction and save her father. With a newfound sense of purpose, Leah smiles. She agrees to help Nikita uncover the prophecy's truth. Nikita is ecstatic, barely able to contain her joy at the unexpected offer. Leah proposes a deal. She will help now, and in return, Nikita must help her in the future. Internally, she resolves to continue the antidote research as a backup. A blushing Nikita readily agrees. The chance to understand the prophecy's secrets is worth any price. They devise a plan. Leah will remain on the island to investigate the whale family, while Nikita returns to the capital to gather more information. Leah outlines her strategy. First, investigate the whale family and practice her transformation. Then, they will all work together to save the pure-blooded humans. The next day, Sue calls out to Leah. He asks if she is ready for her transformation practice. He takes her hand, preparing to instantly transport them to their training location. They reappear hovering directly above the ocean. Leah panics, demanding he move them to solid ground before she plummets into the water. Apologizing for the scare, Sue conjures a large platform of ice for them to stand on. He then asks if she is ready to begin. Leah expresses her anxiety. She's worried that if she successfully transforms into a penguin, she won't be able to change back, just like before. Sue smirks, remarking that if the worst happens, he'll just have to help her again. His confidence only strengthens Leah's resolve to succeed on her own. Sue announces he has figured out how to explain the transformation process. Leah is surprised and demands to know why he didn't say so earlier. He admits he never had to articulate it before and needed time to formulate the words. She impatiently urges him to explain it now. He describes a complex process of visualizing her animal form, then deconstructing and reassembling her body's elements. The concept of deconstruction leaves her utterly confused. She finds it incredible that he can describe the sensation so precisely, something most beastmen can't even perceive, let alone explain. Sue reveals that he, too, had to learn transformation later in life. This deepens her confusion, as she had assumed he was a natural-born beastman. He offers a cryptic smile, admitting he is a bit different from the others. His evasiveness only fuels her curiosity. She demands to know what, exactly, he is. He cleverly deflects, turning the question back on her and asking what she wants him to be. Her mind is consumed with a single desire: to learn Suuradil's life story. She struggles with the paradox of his existence. Did he alter the original story, or did the story alter him? She hopes answers will quell her frustration. Dismissing his question, she asks to see his animal form. She needs to confirm he is an orca to continue her investigation. He obliges, telling her to watch his transformation closely as a reference for her own practice. With a great splash, he disappears into the water, drenching her in the process. An orca emerges gracefully from the sea. She confirms his identity, noting his animal form seems quite ordinary compared to his unique human appearance. This is the first time she has ever seen an orca up close. Overcome by its cuteness, she hugs the orca tightly, exclaiming how soft and smooth it feels. As her hand rests on him, the texture beneath her fingers suddenly changes. A brilliant, glowing object emerges from his form. He reveals he has a gift for her. He admires his gift on her, thinking it suits her even more than he had anticipated. A beautiful crystal accessory now rests in her hair, and her heart begins to pound. She dismisses it as just another one of his usual teases. He reappears in his human form, shirtless, and asks if she enjoyed his orca form. Flustered, she averts her eyes and tells him to get dressed. He smiles knowingly and agrees to get dressed. Inspired by his demonstration, Leah feels she has an idea of how to transform. Sue encourages her to try. She concentrates, but her efforts fail. A gloomy cloud of frustration settles over her as she slumps in defeat. Sue gently suggests they stop for the day, as it's getting late. She dejectedly agrees. He tries to console her, telling her not to be discouraged and that she will surely succeed next time. He then reminds her about testing her new magic staff, and her mood instantly brightens. He suggests they start with a simple spell, like an ice ball, which should be easy to cast. He stands behind her, guiding her to hold the staff and connect with her own mana. She feels a surge of power course through her hands. She finally understands the feeling of mana. Feeling a newfound confidence, she believes she knows what to do now. She eagerly wants to try. With renewed determination, she grips the staff, ready to cast her spell. Sue watches, offering a silent gesture of support. She focuses her intent and chants the spell's name, Ice ball. The staff responds, glowing with a brilliant light. The spell was a success. Her triumph is short-lived as she watches in dawning horror. The ice ball isn't stopping. It continues to expand, growing far larger and more powerful than she ever intended. She turns to Sue in a panic, questioning his definition of a simple spell. He calmly confirms that for her, this is indeed simple. He concludes that her latent magical power is far greater than he had realized. She will need much more practice to control it. The sea remains serene and beautiful under the evening sky. Leah finds herself wandering the town with Suuradel. With Suuradel busy, she has some free time to explore. Nearby, two men are fuming about a pickpocket problem that has been plaguing their territory. Overhearing their conversation, Leah becomes wary. She makes a mental note to be more careful with her own belongings. Just as the thought crosses her mind, she feels a tug and realizes her pocket has been stolen. Hanu immediately spots the culprit fleeing the scene. Furious, Leah orders him to retrieve her father's precious emergency fund. This isn't just any money, it's her father's emergency savings. There is no way she is letting that thief get away. She praises Sir Hanu for swiftly apprehending the thief. The captured thief, a young man with blue hair, glares at her as if she is the one in the wrong, which only fuels her anger. She marches toward him, indignant. She declares that she is the victim here and demands he return her money immediately. The thief remains defiantly silent, turning his head away. His strange reaction makes her suspicious. She threatens him with force, readying her magic staff if he refuses to cooperate. She proceeds to hit the uncooperative thief with her staff, while he cries for her to stop. He snaps back, questioning why an orca is making such a fuss over a small amount of money. She retorts that it's important and he should find a job. He shouts back in despair, pointing out the futility of getting a job when he's not even allowed to enter the territory. Sir Hanu suddenly intervenes, his tone grave as he urges Lady Leah to return to the castle. Leah is surprised by his sudden seriousness and asks him what is wrong. Hanu's mind is racing. The boy is dangerous. He recalls the two types of people forbidden from entering whale territory: serious criminals and shark beastmen. They are the natural enemies of orcas. The revelation hits Leah with the force of a physical blow. A shark beastman. She asks Hanu about the history between the two clans, wondering what could have caused such a deep-seated hatred. The shark beastman scoffs, asking how she could possibly expect him to like orcas. He declares that his entire life has been ruined because of them, a statement that shocks Leah. He reveals a stunning and tragic fact: no living shark beastman has biological parents. Leah is baffled by the strange claim. He seethes as he reveals that a woman from the whale family is responsible for wiping out all the adult sharks. The description triggers a memory for Leah. She envisions Lady Bella standing victorious over her enemies. She wonders if it could possibly have been her. He continues, explaining that a matriarch called Mama raised all the orphaned shark beastmen, but she does not see them as her children. To Mama, he and his peers are merely tools for profit and revenge. He seems to regret sharing so much. He confesses his own despair, admitting he doesn't know how much longer he can endure this life. He sees their fight as hopeless. The whale family has both the powerful wizard Suuradel and the fierce warrior Lady Bella. Leah cuts through his despair with a direct question. If he hates his life so much, why not just leave? He scoffs at her simple solution, his expression hardening. He tells her it is not nearly that easy. He explains that in the water, his kind are despised as simple fish beastmen. On land, he is barred from the whale family's territory solely because he is a shark beastman. He feels utterly trapped, with the island of the shark beastmen as his only refuge. He challenges her, asking if she will turn him over to the whale family now that she knows his secret. Leah realizes the grudge runs far deeper than she knew. She foresees a terrible conflict brewing. She cannot allow the whale family, her benefactors, to be caught in such danger. She sees an opening. The boy, Jerome, is scared and resents his leader. She decides he can be used to monitor the shark's activities. She looks him in the eye and asks for his name. He bristles defensively, asking why she cares. She threatens him again to get an answer. She takes charge, giving him the name Jerome and declaring him her new lackey. She orders him to meet her at the same place the next day, leaving him completely bewildered. She smiles sweetly, explaining that she is letting him go for now. Jerome is left stunned and confused by the bizarre encounter with the strange orca. He shouts after her as he runs, questioning why he should obey her at all. Sir Hanu voices his unease about letting a shark beastman go free. Leah assures him she has a plan and tells him not to worry, watching confidently as Jerome disappears. Jerome returns to his own territory, dejected. His encounter with the orca cost him his quota, and he dreads facing Mama's wrath. Two of his peers mock him for his failure, sneering that he can't do anything right. One suggests that Mama should just sell him off. The cruel remark cuts Jerome deeply. The other agrees, calling him pathetic. Jerome trembles, unable to defend himself against their taunts. A commanding voice cuts through the air, calling his name. It is Mama, the matriarch of the shark beastmen. Mama greets him with a cold expression, already certain that he has failed her again. She threatens to exile him from the island, a punishment that fills Jerome with terror. He begins to panic, knowing that if he is kicked out, he will have nowhere to go. In a desperate bid to save himself, Jerome reveals he saw an orca who looked just like Bella. This news immediately captures Mama's full attention. Her demeanor changes in an instant. She informs Jerome that he is excused from his quota this week. Jerome is flooded with relief, a hopeful smile gracing his lips. Mama approaches him, her expression shifting to one of chilling purpose. She has a different task for him now. She places a dagger in his hand and gives him a new command: kill the orca. Mama relishes the thought of her plan. Killing this newly arrived orca will surely inflict immense pain upon Bella. She smiles with cold satisfaction, vowing to savor every moment of Bella's suffering. After their encounter with Jerome, Leah and Hanu return to the safety of the whale family's territory. Leah walks in thoughtful silence, replaying Jerome's words in her mind. She finds it hard to believe that Lady Bella could be responsible for the massacre Jerome described. She trusts her instincts. The Lady Bella she has come to know would never commit such an atrocity. Deciding to seek the truth from the source, she arranges a private meal with Lady Bella. Suuradel is busy and unable to join them. Leah nervously brings up her encounter with a shark beastman. She carefully explains that the sharks hold a deep and powerful hostility toward the orcas. She finally asks the question that has been weighing on her. Did something happen between the two clans? Lady Bella's expression becomes serious. She agrees that it is time for Leah to know the truth. She begins to recount the tragic events that transpired 30 years ago. The story begins on what was an otherwise ordinary day in the orca village. A furious shark beastman burst into the village square, carrying the corpse of a shark and accusing the orcas of the murder. A young woman, who looks like a younger version of Lady Bella, denies the accusation, appalled by the intrusion. The shark beastman refuses to listen, enraged by the sight of the telltale wounds where the liver was removed. He insists that only humans or orcas are capable of such an attack, and the specific method implicates the orcas directly. However, the narrator reveals that the true culprit was not a beastman, but a non-sentient orca acting on instinct. The younger Bella stands her ground, questioning the wild accusations. The furious shark beastman cannot be reasoned with, convinced of the orca's guilt. The method of attack, targeting the liver, made the orca beastmen the prime suspects in the eyes of the sharks. But the tragic truth was that the attack was an act of nature, carried out by ordinary orcas. The vast and indifferent ocean holds many dangers. Even when it was revealed that an animal was responsible, the situation did not de-escalate. The shark beastmen insisted on holding the orca beastmen accountable, believing it was a premeditated crime. The orca beastmen pleaded their innocence, arguing they would never interfere with the course of nature. Then tragedy struck. A mysterious fire erupted in the orca village, plunging it into chaos. As the orcas frantically tried to extinguish the flames, the shark beastmen launched a brutal attack. They massacred everyone in the village. By a twist of fate, Lady Bella was visiting a friend's house that day. She was the sole survivor of the slaughter. Lady Bella recalls a past conflict where Primo's parents, the leaders of the whale beastmen, successfully expelled the sharks from the island. Their authority was absolute. Despite their initial victory, the sharks' aggression persisted, specifically targeting Bella. To ensure her safety, her in-laws personally trained her in the art of the sword. Leah listens intently, her expression filled with concern. She wonders aloud if this history of violence led to an act of vengeance. The thought of revenge brings a cold smile to Bella's face. She clarifies that their annihilation was a direct consequence of their unrelenting attacks on her. They left her no choice. Her gaze hardens as she remembers the unforgivable act. The sharks had crossed a sacred line, sealing their own fate. Time passed, and her bond with Primo blossomed into love. Soon after they became a couple, they were blessed with joyous news. In their happiness, they decided to formalize their union with a wedding. It was a time of pure bliss and anticipation, but news of their happiness traveled, reaching the ears of their vengeful enemies. The shark beastmen learned of the impending wedding. On what should have been their most joyous day, the sharks launched a brutal assault. The celebration turned into a massacre. Her in-laws sacrificed themselves to protect her from the attack. Their deaths stained the memory of her wedding day forever. After burying her in-laws, she suppressed her grief and boiling rage. Fueled by loss, she set out alone to confront the sharks in their own territory. She arrived at their village, spear in hand, and announced her presence with a roar. The last orca they had relentlessly hunted was finally here to face them. The outcome of that confrontation was inevitable. She stands alone amidst the fallen, the bloody chapter of her past now closed. Her story told, a flicker of vulnerability crosses Bella's face. She quietly asks Leah if her actions make her a terrible person. Bella reaffirms her conviction with a clenched fist. While she takes no pride in the slaughter, she feels no regret for what had to be done. Leah reaches out, taking Bella's hand to offer comfort and validation. She firmly insists that Bella's actions were not terrible in the slightest. Leah empathizes deeply, thinking of the immense pain of losing one's family not once, but twice. The thought brings a fleeting memory of her own father. A surge of fierce loyalty courses through Leah. She declares that if she had suffered such a loss, her own revenge would have been far more ruthless. Bella's expression softens into a grateful smile, touched by Leah's fierce understanding. A simple thank you is all she needs to say. Leah feels relieved that her words brought comfort. She then inquires about survivors, wondering if only the young sharks were spared. Bella reveals that her vengeance was not without a sliver of mercy. She left one adult alive, tasking them with caring for the young. Bella's question catches Leah off guard, and she hastily denies any personal connection. She covers her slip by claiming a need for more general information about sharks for later. Leah expresses her sincere gratitude to Bella for sharing a story so fraught with pain and difficulty. Bella returns the sentiment, feeling thankful to have found a confidante in Leah. The burden feels lighter for having been shared. Leah cheerfully suggests they meet again the next day at the same time and place. Jerome, however, seems less than enthusiastic about the plan. Leah waits at their meeting spot, perplexed by Jerome's absence. She was certain his grumpy demeanor hid an intention to appear. Her patience wearing thin, Leah storms off in frustration. She worries that he has reverted to his old, troublesome habits. A nearby conversation drifts to her ears, mentioning a pickpocket caught the day before. The thief, they say, was a shark beastman. Leah freezes, the pieces clicking into place. She instantly realizes they must be talking about Jerome. A man boasts about the capture, describing the thief as surprisingly weak despite carrying a weapon. He found the encounter almost laughable. He adds that the captive's good looks and unique ability to breathe underwater fetched a high price. The transaction was purely business. Horror and fury flash across Leah's face. She abruptly stops the men, demanding they halt their vile conversation at once. Leah, with Sir Hanu at her side, confronts the smugglers. She makes it clear that they are discussing a serious crime, not some petty offense. The men react with hostility, dismissing her and her companion. They have no intention of being questioned by strangers. A chilling smile plays on Leah's lips. It's clear to her that polite conversation is no longer an option. In a flash, the smugglers are unconscious on the ground. Leah feels no remorse, believing that against such scum, there is no need to hold back. Holding the source of her power, Leah's demand is cold and unwavering. She will find out where they have taken Jerome. Imprisoned and alone, Jerome despairs. He foresees a bleak future of being used and discarded like a mere commodity. He finds no comfort in the thought of his own kind. They would likely scorn him for his weakness in being captured by humans. Overwhelmed by misery, he clutches his bound hands. The crushing weight of his solitude feels unbearable. A sudden sound startles him from his dark thoughts. He looks up, alert, sensing an unexpected presence. He cynically dismisses the idea of rescue as a fantasy found only in books. Reality, he knows, is far crueler. Just as he resigns himself to his fate, a familiar voice calls his name. Leah has found him. She rushes toward him, noticing his distress. He hastily denies his tears, completely bewildered by her sudden appearance. He struggles to comprehend the situation. It seems impossible that she would come for him, especially after how they last parted. Without a word of explanation, she moves to free him, deftly untying the ropes that bind his wrists. Once he is free, she looks at him with mock seriousness. She questions if his ambition was to become a rich man's pet. He's taken aback by her strange reasoning. She coolly explains her motive. She won't allow her subordinate to serve anyone else. With a brilliant smile, she extends her hand to him. It's time for them to leave this place. Staring at her outstretched hand, a profound realization dawns on him. This orca, his rival, has actually come to save him. Their escape is interrupted by Sarhanu's urgent warning. The smugglers are closing in, and they must flee before it's too late. Leah remains unfazed, a confident glint in her eye. She assures them she has the perfect plan for their escape. She brandishes her magical artifact, much to Sarhanu's alarm. He has a very bad feeling about what she is about to do. With a powerful incantation, she unleashes a massive wave of ice magic. The entire ship is instantly frozen in its tracks. The escape was a success, but utterly draining. They make their way back to shore, with Leah and her guard riding atop Jerome's transformed state. Once they are safely on land, Jerome finally asks the questions burning in his mind. He needs to understand how and why she came for him. She nonchalantly explains her actions were motivated by possessiveness and chance. She then returns the knife the smugglers had taken from him. He recalls the instructions from his matriarch regarding the dagger. Perhaps fulfilling her order is the key to finally gaining acceptance from his people. Yet, as he holds the weapon, doubt floods his mind. He realizes that forced respect is not the same as genuine acceptance. He makes his decision. He cannot betray the first person who has ever shown him genuine care, regardless of their species. She looks at the dagger with disdain. As far as she's concerned, it's nothing more than a piece of trash. Overcome with emotion, he offers her a sincere and heartfelt thank you. Her actions have changed everything for him. She accepts his gratitude with a cool, self-assured smirk. To her, it was simply a matter of course. For now, the turmoil on the island has subsided. A semblance of peace returns to the grand estate. However, the massive spell took its toll. Leah finds herself drained of power and transformed back into her small, grumpy penguin form. Sarhanu carefully scoops up the tiny, indignant penguin. He carries her back to the mansion, hoping to avoid notice. Suuradel is not pleased to see her state. He questions her recklessness, but she can only respond with an indignant chirp. He reveals the source of his displeasure: jealousy. He expresses a surprisingly childish desire to be the one to carry her. Utterly appalled by his request, Leah flails about in fury. She wants him out of her room immediately. Undeterred, he tries to bargain with the furious penguin. If he can't hold her, perhaps a simple pat on the head will suffice. He gently pats her head, ignoring her protests. He finds her angry squirming more amusing than intimidating. To her surprise, the sensation is strangely pleasant. She finds her anger melting away under his gentle touch. He watches her with a fond smile, admitting his affection for both of her forms. Each has its own unique charm. He's completely captivated by her. The cuteness of her penguin form is simply irresistible. She wakes sometime later to find him asleep by her bedside. He stayed with her all this time. Watching him sleep, she is struck by how handsome he is. An urge to reach out and touch his face wells up inside her. As she moves to do so, she makes a startling discovery. Her powers have returned, and she is back in her human form. Her movement wakes him, and he greets her with a warm smile. He seems pleased with her progress, attributing the transformation to her efforts. His smile makes her heart flutter, and a possessive thought escapes her lips. She doesn't want anyone else to be the recipient of that beautiful expression. He playfully turns her words around, declaring that she is now responsible for him. Her attempt at being commanding has completely backfired. She considers his contradictory behavior. He's bold in his own advances, but becomes easily flustered when she initiates. A mischievous idea forms in her mind. It's her turn to make him blush. She questions his intentions of staying in her room. He answers simply, leaving the decision entirely up to her. He senses her hesitation and teases her gently. Is the prospect of him staying making her flustered? With a sly smile, she decides to raise the stakes. She reminds him that she's currently unclothed beneath the blankets. Her meaning is unmistakable, a clear challenge laid out before him. The atmosphere in the room shifts instantly. Her bold declaration completely shatters his composure. He stammers an excuse and makes a hasty retreat. Victory is hers. She watches him flee with a satisfied smile. She sends him off with a sweet, final tease. Outside the door, he leans against the frame, trying to calm his racing heart. He is utterly captivated by her. A soft, adoring smile spreads across his face. He is completely, hopelessly smitten. He concludes that she is truly one of a kind. Meanwhile, Leah revels in her triumphant teasing, feeling immensely satisfied. The following day, Bella brings unexpected news. Their time on the island is over. They must prepare to return to the capital. Bella expresses her regret, explaining that she postponed their departure for as long as possible for Leah's sake. Leah is deeply moved by Bella's kindness. The fact that the Duchess would alter her own plans for her is a profound gesture of friendship. Feeling the weight of Bella's trust, Leah resolves to be honest. She can no longer maintain the deception and prepares to reveal her true identity. With a deep breath, she makes her confession. The words tumble out in a rush, finally breaking her long-held secret. After a heartfelt apology for her deception, she waits for a reaction. Bella's response is surprisingly calm and practical. She timidly reveals her true, far less intimidating form. Bella's composed reaction is not at all what she had anticipated. Instead of disappointment, Bella's face lights up with delight. The thought of a penguin beastman is apparently charming to her. Leah is utterly baffled by this unexpected response. She stammers, trying to reiterate the seriousness of her confession. Bella pulls her into a warm hug, her acceptance unwavering. She tells Leah that her species doesn't change who she is as a person. A realization dawns on Bella, connecting Leah to the famous penguin of the Reynolds family. Leah shyly confirms the truth. The mention of her father brings tears to her eyes. She confesses her deep-seated fear that he will never accept her, given his prejudice against beastmen. Bella offers words of wisdom and comfort. She believes a true parent's love transcends any physical form or species. Leah desperately wants to believe her. A flicker of hope ignites within her, questioning if such unconditional love is truly possible. She recalls the depth of her father's prejudice. His past words echo in her mind, reminding her that he could only tolerate her as a pet, not as a beastman. The memory is a painful one, reinforcing her belief that he could never accept her true nature. The divide feels too vast to cross. Seeing her fear, Bella offers a practical solution. They will maintain the lie until Leah feels strong enough to tell him the truth herself. With the serious conversation over, Bella's playful nature returns. She has a new, penguin-related experiment she wishes to conduct. Her eyes sparkle with a mischievous idea that is both absurd and endearing. She wants to see a penguin fly. Leah is left speechless by the suggestion. In that moment, she feels she finally understands the unique compatibility between the Duke and Duchess. With her departure imminent, Leah decides to investigate the library Nikita mentioned. At first glance, it appears to be an ordinary collection of books. Her intuition tells her there might be more than meets the eye. She resolves to conduct a more thorough search for anything out of place. Tucked away behind a row of shelves, she discovers a hidden door. Its suspicious placement feels almost comically cliché. She reaches for the handle, expecting it to be locked, but it turns easily. Luck seems to be on her side. The room beyond is filled with more bookshelves, but one conspicuous gap immediately draws her attention. Suspecting the empty space is significant, she investigates the adjacent books, hoping to find a hidden mechanism or clue. She finds a book written in an unfamiliar script, which she assumes is the ancient language. Curiously, the book itself appears relatively new. Holding the strange book, she questions whether she has stumbled into a place she was not meant to be. Suuradel appears, explaining that this is his private space, normally hidden. He speculates that her own magic allowed her to perceive and enter it. He inquires about the book in her hands. She confesses her inability to read the text and asks if he can decipher it. He takes the book and begins to read aloud with ease. He describes a world dominated entirely by humans. This fictional world is filled with fantasy races, but notably lacks beastmen. The central plot revolves around a romance between a northern duke and a holy saintess. She recognizes the familiar tropes of a fantasy romance novel. Her curiosity then shifts to him, wondering how he came to know this unusual language. He claims the knowledge is innate, something he has always known. She finds his natural talent impressive, though it raises more questions. Eager to learn more, she selects another volume from the shelf and presents it to him for translation. As she holds the second book, A jolt of recognition runs through her. Something about this particular book is shockingly familiar. She realizes with a start that the book is written in modern Korean. It details an ancient war between heaven and hell. In her shock, she turns to Suuradel, holding up the open book. She urgently needs to know if he can understand this script as well. He confesses that this particular script is unknown to him. He is intrigued that she can read it, confirming her unique knowledge. His curiosity piqued, he requests that she translate the text for him. She takes a moment to compose herself before beginning. She continues to read, discovering the central plot is another romance. This one, however, is a forbidden love between an angel and a demon. She sighs in exasperation. It seems this hidden library is filled with nothing but predictable love stories. He quietly speaks her name, his tone shifting from curious to serious. He has something important to ask. He looks at her intently, his gaze penetrating. The central question is no longer about the book, but about her. He pieces together the oddities he has observed. Her behavior has always been inconsistent with someone born and raised in this world. He voices his suspicion directly, hitting unnervingly close to the truth. Her secret is on the verge of being exposed. Panic grips her as she realizes he has connected the dots. Her entire existence in this world is threatened. He grapples with this new, world-shattering possibility. This revelation changes everything he thought he knew about her. He thinks about how she acts far too human for someone born an animal. Her strange knowledge and actions, after transforming, all point to one conclusion. It feels as though her soul originates from another world entirely. He looks conflicted, as if this realization is as painful for him as it is shocking. He questions if he has uncovered her secret. The question hangs heavy in his mind. This truth redefines their relationship and her very identity. She snaps out of her panic, her mind working furiously. His suspicion is too accurate to be a mere leap of logic based on her strange behavior. A moment of clarity strikes him. He understands now that a past magical event was not a failure, but a success. A faint, knowing smile touches his lips. He now understands that their meeting was not a random occurrence. An unspoken truth hangs in the air between them, charged with unspoken history. He comes to a profound conclusion. His feelings for her are not just affection, but a matter of destiny. He gently touches her face, his eyes filled with a deep, knowing sorrow. He regrets not realizing the truth of her identity much earlier. His cryptic words only serve to confuse and anger her. She grabs him, demanding a straight answer. She's had enough of riddles and evasions. She demands to know his true identity. He responds with an enigmatic smile, his answer both placating and deeply unsatisfying. His offer is absolute, yet it reveals nothing about his true self. His charming grin is a mask, hiding a multitude of secrets she cannot begin to fathom. Her mind races, trying to solve the puzzle of Suuradel. He is an anomaly, a powerful magic user who shouldn't even exist in this world. He is an enigma, wrapped in layers of secrets that she is only beginning to peel back. A wild thought occurs to her, the only explanation that seems to fit the strange circumstances. She asks him directly if he's from another world. The specific term she uses seems to catch him off guard, though his expression remains hard to read. She nervously presses the issue, rephrasing her question. His reaction will determine everything. He deflects her question with a gentle smile, calmly stating that he is a native of this world. It is a clear and direct denial, but his easy comprehension of the concept itself is a dead giveaway. He knows more than he is letting on, and he is hiding it from her. She refuses to let him evade her any longer. This conversation is far from over. His demeanor softens, and he admits his reluctance stems from fear. He wants to be honest, but he cannot bring himself to it. He makes a stunning confession. She herself is the source of his greatest fear. This makes no sense to her. How could she, a tiny penguin, possibly be a threat to someone as powerful as him? She needs to understand this impossible contradiction. His fear is illogical, and she demands an explanation. He looks at her with raw vulnerability. It is not her power he fears, but the possibility of losing her. His fear is rooted in the secrets he keeps, and what will happen once they are revealed. He is terrified that the full truth of his identity will drive her away from him forever. She opens her mouth to argue, but he silences her. He cannot continue this conversation right now. He confesses his feelings, his voice filled with a quiet intensity. The statement hangs between them, a painful truth she cannot deny. His words strike her with unerring accuracy. He ends the conversation, leaving her alone with her thoughts and his heartbreaking confession. The encounter left her with more questions than answers. His secrets remained shrouded in mystery, and so, with an unspoken chasm between them, their party began the journey back to the capital. The abrupt departure meant she couldn't say goodbye to her new friend in person. A letter would have to suffice. Reading her words, Jerome is moved. She considers him her first true friend, a sentiment that resonates deeply with him. Her letter came with a valuable gift, a token of support for whatever future he chooses for himself. The letter ends with a promise of reunion, a beacon of hope for their continued friendship. He carefully holds her letter and the jewel, her gesture of friendship meaning more to him than any treasure. The journey back to the capital was tense and silent. The easy camaraderie they once shared had been replaced by a heavy, unspoken distance. His secrets festered in her mind, creating a rift of doubt and frustration between them. She couldn't help but feel that his silence was a sign of his lack of trust in her. Her thoughts are interrupted by Prim, who rushes in with shocking news from the capital's gossip mill. Leah is stunned by the news. It seems impossible that the vibrant man she met could be suddenly dying. Prim reveals her source is Jack, prompting Leah to tease her about rekindling their romance. After a brief, playful diversion, Leah steers the conversation back to the urgent matter at hand. Prim explains the rumor. Theodore collapsed because his fated bond with someone was incomplete, a spiritually devastating event for a wolf beastman. The situation is so dire that the wolf family has made a public announcement, seeking the woman who holds the key to his survival. A horrible suspicion dawns on Leah. She fears that their brief, dramatic encounter at the hunting tournament might be the cause. Prim tries to ease her worries, pointing out that he seemed perfectly healthy at the ball afterward. Despite Prim's reassurance, the nagging possibility continues to torment her. The uncertainty is unbearable. She feels a compulsive need to confirm the truth for herself. She makes a firm decision. She must go to the wolf estate and see his condition with her own eyes. Prim expresses concern about the risk, but ultimately agrees to help, believing a brief, incognito visit might be possible. With her hair magically altered, Leah is ready for her infiltration. She is grateful for her friend's assistance. Her plan is simple. She will sneak onto the estate grounds and observe him from a safe distance through his window. As she approaches the wolf mansion, she reflects on the true reason for this reckless endeavor. It's not just curiosity or guilt. She has to know, for certain, if she is the one tied to him by fate. A nagging feeling won't let her rest until she confirms her suspicions. She resolves to just take a quick look and then leave immediately. Her maid, Russ, worries over the dangerous plan, fretting about Leah's delicate frame. Leah, however, questions why her friend is so concerned. The maid's boyfriend, Jack, has arranged every detail of the infiltration with cheerful confidence. A uniform, surveillance, and a target location are all secured. Russ can only offer an awkward laugh as she's told how much she owes her boyfriend. Leah, however, watches the exchange with a subtle, knowing smirk. With a determined fist pump, Leah declares she's ready to go. Her worried maid can only shout a last-minute warning, begging her to be safe. Finally in position, she gazes towards the window, sighing with relief. All this effort was because of that troublesome man, Theodore. She scans the room and finds her target. There he is, lying motionless in the grand bed. Looking closer, she can see how pale he is. He truly does not look well at all. She recalls the stories. An imprinted partner's presence should help him recover. From this distance, though, she can't tell if her being here has any effect. As she contemplates how to get a closer look, a sudden realization strikes her. He's awake. A surge of panic sends her scrambling, and she leaps from the branch toward the patch of soft earth Jack had prepared for her escape. Her mind races with a single, terrified thought. Surely he didn't actually see her, did he? A sharp command echoes in the room as a hand firmly presses against the window. To her absolute horror, he leaps from the second-story window and lands on the ground below. He's impossibly fast, closing the distance in an instant. She can't comprehend it. Moments ago, he was barely moving. The sudden surge of his vitality confirms her worst fear. She must be his imprinted partner. Now, getting caught is not an option. His hand reaches for her, mere inches away. She knows with sickening certainty that he's going to catch her. With no other way out, she resolves to use the one thing she'd hoped to avoid. Her hand closes around the ring she wears as a pendant. The pendant glows as she cries out a desperate summons, calling for her sweetie to come. In a blinding flash of magic, Suuradel materializes. his voice filled with shock as he calls out her name. She stares in confusion, trying to process what's happening. In that moment of distraction, a hand firmly seizes her arm. Her heart sinks. It's Theodore, and his gaze is fixed upon her with an unnerving intensity. She is utterly trapped. Suuradel pulls her close, his expression full of concern as he checks if she is all right. His gaze shifts to Theodore, his eyes hardening into a cold glare. He demands to know what, exactly, Theodore thinks he is doing. Theodore fires back, his tone sharp. He questions Suuradel's presence, reminding him that he's trespassing on wolf family land. Uncowed, Suuradel makes his priority clear. Territory means nothing when Leah has been harmed. Theodore turns the accusation back on him, questioning Suuradel's right to act so concerned and implying he is the source of her distress. He mockingly asks if Suuradel is her lover, escalating the tension. Leah knows she has to intervene before this gets completely out of hand. To stop the fight, Leah tugs on Suuradel's sleeve, claiming she's in pain and pleading for them to leave. Suuradel announces that Leah doesn't wish to stay. He promises Theodore that they will finish this conversation another time. As they depart, Theodore has a moment of stark clarity. It wasn't Suuradel he imprinted on. The memory of her in the tree surfaces, the breeze in her hair. The instant their gazes locked, he knew. It was her, he is certain now. She is the partner he actually imprinted on. His heart had raced uncontrollably. All he wanted in that moment was to pull her into his arms. A grim determination settles on his face. After taking so long to find her again, he will not let her slip away. He contemplates the new complication. It's a problem that his partner seems tied to Suuradel, but at least it resolves the misunderstanding that he'd imprinted on a man. He visualizes them together, standing side by side as a couple. Their relationship, whatever it may be, is irrelevant to him. If she belongs to another, he will simply take her for himself. A noblewoman extends an invitation for a private meal, her steps echoing in the empty hall. Her smile fades at the sound of her sister's pained voice. What could be wrong? She stares in shock at the severity of the situation. She desperately warns Leah that any movement will only make it worse. Overcome with fury, she throws open the doors. How dare that bastard Suuradel lay a hand on Leah? But she pauses, her hand frozen on the door handle. A moment of caution gives her pause. She remembers the last time she burst in unannounced. It would only put Leah in another awkward and compromising position. She clenches her jaw and turns away, making a silent vow. Suuradel will have to answer to her later. Meanwhile, Suuradel tends to Leah's injury. She thinks she hears a sound outside the door, but quickly dismisses it as her imagination. His treatment finished, Suuradel's expression turns serious. He believes it is time for her to start explaining. He asks the question that's been on his mind. Why was she trying to infiltrate the wolf estate? Leah is struck speechless, stammering as she tries to come up with an answer. She resigns herself to the truth. Excuses are pointless. She decides to be honest, trusting that he, of all people, will believe her. She begins her story, explaining how she found a half-dead Theodore during the hunting competition. Fearing he would die, she used the precious half-elixir he had given her to save him. Suuradel listens intently, processing her words. Relieved he isn't angry about the elixir, she continues. When she tried to help, he attempted to imprint on her, forcing her to strike him and flee. Suuradel laughingly suggests she should have hit him harder. Leah retorts that saving him would have been rather pointless then. She had thought that was the end of it, but then she heard rumors of an incomplete imprinting. Feeling responsible, she went to check on his condition. He pieces it all together. So she was the target all along, and their encounter just now completed the imprint. A dark smile spreads across Suuradel's face. The sheer audacity of it, to forcefully imprint on the one who literally saved his life. Leah seems confused by his simmering anger. When he puts it like that, she has to concede it sounds quite bad. He takes her hand gently, telling her not to worry about that intruder anymore. Looking into her eyes, he makes a quiet promise. No one is going to come between them. And so, Leah finds herself caught squarely between Suuradel and Theodore. The classic love triangle begins. They may have their quirks, but they are also the continent's most eligible bachelors. Looks, wealth, power, they have it all. But in her mind, there's no competition. Her dad is far better than any of them. Russ can only react with confusion, having only known him as a boss. Leah sighs, brushing aside the frivolous thoughts. There are more important things to consider. She reminds Russ of their previous discussion. Having received confirmation from the raccoon, Her next target is Anemone. Yet, the more she considers the situation, the stranger it feels. Something about it doesn't add up. In the original story, Anemone was the only pure-blood human who never fell ill. At first, she dismissed it as simple plot armor, but now she feels there must be another reason. To find out, she must get close to Anemone, but the question is how. Russ points out a major obstacle. Anemone despises beastmen. Leah acknowledges this painful truth, as Anemone, like her own father, was mistreated by them in her youth. A clever idea dawns on Leah. She will simply use the situation to her advantage, leaving Russ to wonder what she means. She smiles brightly, clarifying her plan. More specifically, she will use her rumor. Just as Leah begins to explain, a sudden clamor from the doorway startles her maid. Sir Hanu rushes in unannounced. Annoyed by the interruption, Leah asks what could possibly be so urgent. He struggles to catch his breath, stammering as he tries to deliver his news. The news is shocking. Sir Reynos is here. Sir Reynos himself has arrived at the estate. Leah's eyes widen in disbelief. Her father is here. Hanu believes he is here to see Suuradel, but the reason for his visit is secondary to his sudden appearance. Noticing her movement, both Hanu and Russ call out her name in alarm. She breaks into a run, her thoughts racing. Her father traveled all this way to the whale territory. She doesn't need to speak to him. Just a glimpse from afar will be enough. Just for a single moment, that's all she asks. And then she rounds the corner, and there he is. Sir Reynos barely glances at her, his expression one of annoyance. He dismisses her as some new, clueless member of the whale family. His attention shifts to the small creature at his feet. He gently picks up the fallen penguin, chiding it sweetly to be more careful. Crushed, she sinks to the floor. He didn't recognize her at all, and a painful part of her realizes she had truly hoped he would. She had fantasized about this moment, imagining he might recognize her as a human and be happy to see his daughter. Tears well in her eyes as the bitter reality sets in. As long as she is a beastman, she will never have his love. Suuradel arrives to find a distraught Leah on the floor and calls out to both her and Sir Reynos. He rushes to her side, his voice laced with worry, asking what's wrong. She can't bring herself to answer, consumed by the pain of his indifference. He didn't even really look at her. Sir Reynos observes with cutting sarcasm, noting Suuradel's concern for a fellow beastman. He adds a cold remark about prioritizing one's own species over a mere animal. Suuradel bristles, defending his actions. He tells Reynos not to twist his concern for Leah into an abandonment of the search for Adelia's. Reynos doesn't believe him. He accuses Suuradel of abandoning the search the very moment Leah appeared. Suuradel vehemently denies it, insisting he had good reason for his actions. He declares that Adelia's is more precious to him than anyone. His words only fuel Reynos's anger. He cannot understand how Suuradel could abandon the search for his precious pet to come here. With a dismissive wave, Reynos decides to leave, deeming it pointless to share what he's found. Suuradel insists he should at least apologize to the woman he upset. Through her tears, Leah absolves him of blame. She insists it was her own fault for not being more careful. Reynos coldly states that he has nothing to apologize for. He leaves with a parting shot, warning Suuradel about her talent for faking sorrowful eyes. As his father leaves, Suuradel holds Leah tightly, muttering that one day, he will be forced to regret what he just said. Alone in the hall, Reynos clenches his fist in silent anguish. He already lives with deep regret every single day. He continues on his way, resigning himself to his fate. This is a burden he must carry all by himself. She quietly thanks him for his support. Suuradel says nothing, his expression grim. He holds her steady, gently asking if she is okay now. Overwhelmed, Leah begins to lose consciousness. Her last coherent thought is a small silver lining. At least her father didn't see her transform into a penguin. In his arms, she becomes the little blue penguin. A sad thought crosses her mind. He may hate her as a beastman, but he did love her as a penguin. At least she was able to fulfill one of her oldest wishes. With that small comfort, she tells herself she will be all right. Her mind drifts back to her previous life, where she had been born into a wealthy and loving family. But joy was short-lived, as she was diagnosed with a rare disease shortly after birth. No treatment worked. No one could even determine the cause. The birth of her healthy younger brother only highlighted her own condition. She became the single stain on an otherwise perfect family. Confined to a lonely hospital room, she read novels to pass the time. During her family's rare visits, she would do anything to make them notice her, but her efforts were in vain. She craved to be seen, even a little, but they looked right through her. And then came her 20th birthday. She awoke to see her parents, a flicker of hope rising within her. But their words were a dagger, complaining that she had lived far longer than any doctor predicted. Then came the final, crushing blow from her own mother, a wish that she would just die already. In that horrific moment, she understood. It wasn't just that she was unloved. To her family, her very existence was a sin. Tears streamed down her face as she wept into her pillow. Why was it so impossibly hard for anyone to love her? Just once, she prayed, clenching her hands together. Her final, desperate wish was for someone, anyone, to love her. She died on her 20th birthday without a single wish of joy. But then there was a new beginning. A kind face looked down at her, and a gentle voice introduced himself as Reynos, her new dad. He held her tiny penguin form in his hand and wished her a happy birthday. For a moment, she had cursed her non-human form, but the warmth of his affection filled her with a happiness she had never known. It was a feeling she never wanted to let go of. Leah's eyes flutter open, back in the present. Suuradel is by her side, asking if she is coming to her senses. Despair washes over her again. Thinking of Russ and her father, she concludes that a human like her is simply not meant to be loved. Both of the men she cared for had reacted with anger upon seeing her true human form. The terror of it is paralyzing. If her father, who so despises beastmen, were to learn her secret, would he grow to hate his precious Adelia too? If she can't be loved in either form, then what is the point of her even existing? Suuradel's sharp voice cuts through her spiraling thoughts. He grabs her shoulders, forcing her to look at him. He reminds her that he saw the real her. He asks how she can speak of being unlovable in front of him, the one who knows her truth. It isn't her penguin form or her human form that he loves. It's simpler than that. He just loves her. Her father's disgust had shattered her world. But for some reason, Suuradel's heartfelt confession made her feel safe. Still trembling, she asks a difficult question. Would he still love her, even if she couldn't love him back? She knows it's a selfish thing to ask, but more than anything, she needs the security of knowing someone will love her unconditionally, no matter what. He pulls her head to his chest, his voice soft but firm. Even if she comes to hate him, he will still love her forever. She tests the limits of his promise, her voice shaking. Even if she were helpless, a burden, and hated by the world. Through her tears, she asks him again, her voice pleading for the answer she so desperately needs to hear. His devotion is more than she can comprehend. How can he love her so much when she feels so useless and selfish? He tries to reassure her about her father, explaining his reaction was born of ignorance. But she turns to him, her mind still working. He insists that even in the impossible event that her father did reject her, it would not diminish her worth in the slightest. He cups her face gently, looking into her eyes. Leah, he tells her, is his salvation. And so, he begs her to stop being so cruel to herself. Overcome with emotion, she finally lets go, weeping in his arms and offering a quiet thank you. He promises that her value is not dependent on her father's approval. Even a hypothetical rejection couldn't change that fundamental truth. For him, she is a beacon of light in his own darkness. Her existence itself is what saved him. Hearing her pain hurts him, and he implores her to see herself through his eyes, not her own harsh judgment. His words finally break through her wall of self-loathing. She accepts his comfort, finding solace in his embrace. After a long, cathartic cry in Suuradel's arms, she allowed herself to be pampered like a princess, slowly returning to her usual self. His constant, gentle care was a balm to her wounded spirit, and she recovered with surprising speed. But it wasn't just him. The worried faces of her friends also played a crucial role in her healing. With so many people in her corner, she realizes she can't keep sulking. It's time to get back on her feet and rethink her approach to her father. The plan for today was a simple, pleasant outing for all of them, but their plans are interrupted by the arrival of an uninvited and unwelcome guest. She sits tensely, realizing that simply changing her hair color wasn't enough to throw Theodore off her trail. He turns to her with a polite, almost gentle expression and asks for her name. Leah is annoyed, thinking they've already done this. He quickly clarifies that he wants a proper, formal introduction this time. He formally presents himself as Theodore, heir of the Wolf family. With little ceremony, she replies that she is Leah. He gives her a smile that she interprets as patronizingly cute. That look on his face is seriously grating on her nerves. He senses her discomfort with formalities and gives her permission to speak casually. She's relieved. She was tired of the act anyway. She begins to state her business. but he interrupts her by casually unbuttoning his shirt, causing her to panic internally. Revealing a glowing crescent mark on his chest, he gets straight to the point. He believes he has imprinted on her. The sight of the mark stuns both her and Suuradel. Theodore then offers his gratitude for her saving his life during the competition. She dismisses his thanks, claiming her motive was purely selfish. All she wants now is for him to leave. He calmly informs her that leaving is not an option. The imprint binds him to her. He literally cannot live without her. That is not her problem, she says tartly. He did this without her permission. Beside her, Suuradel nods in silent, smug agreement. He tries to ease her worries, offering to be whatever she wants. A servant, a pet, anything. She scoffs at his offer, cynically guessing he has no experience with women. That kind of talk, she advises, is a guaranteed way to scare them off. She glances at Suuradel, annoyed by his suppressed laughter. Has he already forgotten how firmly she rejected him before? Theodore confronts Suuradel about his amusement, assuming it's related to the rumors about him and Leah. He then declares with unnerving calm that even if the rumors are true, it doesn't matter. A dangerous light enters his eyes. He will not be deterred. He will simply steal her. Leah cuts in, calling his words bold for someone she considers trash. She then clarifies for everyone that she and Suuradel are not dating. Her blunt denial catches Theodore completely off guard. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately starts peppering her with questions, trying to learn everything about her preferences. Now Suuradel is curious too, joining the interrogation. The two rivals lean in, eagerly asking what kind of man she likes. Theodore hopefully asks if she prefers men with black hair and red eyes, while Leah tells Suuradel to mind his own business. The two men glare at each other. Utterly exhausted by their bickering, she's had enough. She tells both of them to just quit it and go home. Theodore concedes for now, stating he was only dropping by to say hello. He promises to return another time. She can't believe his audacity. Why on earth would he come back? As Theodore leaves, she notices Suuradel is staring at her intently. She asks him why he's looking at her like that. He looks genuinely hurt. Did she really have to announce so bluntly that there was nothing between them, right in front of his rival? In another location, a woman proudly displays the potions she has been researching and creating. Liberticia asks if the young woman, Rose, made all of these herself. Rose confirms she did, having focused on stamina-enhancing potions for the knights. To prevent another attack from the Black Mages, Rose was placed under the protection of the Voltail Duchy. Liberticia expresses her gratitude, certain the potions will be a great help in the coming battle. Rose is simply happy she could be useful. Things are progressing smoothly, Liberticia thinks to herself. Her thoughts turn to Kairos and Enzodi, wondering how their mission is going. She feels a pang of worry for having sent them off alone. As if summoned by her thoughts, Kairos announces his return. She greets him warmly, but immediately notices he is alone. When she asks after Enzodi, Kairos hesitates. Enzodi then appears from behind him. With a sigh, Liberticia acknowledges that they have both worked hard. To counter the Black Mages, she needed a new kind of weapon. She tasked Kairos with testing his magic gun against the Everett family's famous shields. Of all the shields tested, only one remained unbroken. It looks like a simple wooden shield, but its resilience is astonishing. She asks Enzodi if he knows its origin. He remembers, but his tone suggests a complication. He explains that acquiring more will be difficult, which surprises Liberticia. She demands to know why. The shield wasn't an Everett creation. It was a diplomatic gift brought back by his father from a foreign delegation. The name of that kingdom was the Northern Catan Confederation. Liberticia recoils in dismay. Of all the places in the world, it had to be the infamous Land of Mages. The Catan Confederation, a union of northern kingdoms, is ruled by mages. Unlike the sword-focused empire, they practice extreme discrimination against any non-mage. Kairos drapes a cloak over a shivering Liberticia, stating the obvious. They must pretend to be mages, or they won't even be acknowledged. She grimly accepts the plan. Despite the low odds, they couldn't just wait. With a wagon full of valuables, they set off through the snow toward Catan, hoping to trade for the shield they desperately needed. A subordinate reports that a temporary tent is ready for the captain. She acknowledges and agrees to take a break from the harsh journey. Kai's help allows them to pass as mages, a relief for his companion. Kai can only hope their disguise fools any real mages they encounter. A sharp pain suddenly strikes Kai, an unwelcome and familiar sensation. It's the unavoidable price a non-mage pays for wielding a magic gun. He must find a solution before Letty notices his affliction, desperately wishing for aid from the land of mages. Her voice calls out, wondering what's taking him so long. He enters the tent, his face betraying a hint of his recent agony. He lies, claiming he was simply scouting the area. A warm cup of tea is offered as a simple kindness against the cold. He gratefully accepts the comforting gesture. Sitting beside him, Letty's question cuts through his pretense, her concern sharp and direct. She asks if he is hiding an illness again, and he flinches at her perception. She insists she's perfectly fine, turning away as if to dismiss her own well-being. But a subtle weariness betrays her words. He leans against her, a silent promise forming in his mind. He'll find a way to take care of things, just as she takes care of him now. Liberticia feels the weight of her own burdens and resolves not to add to his. She already has too much to worry about besides his troubles. He recognizes the same pattern in her. She too hides her pain and exhaustion. They are both pretending to be fine for the other's sake, but her facade crumbles at night when nightmares plague her sleep. She pretends to be fine, but her pained whispers betray her torment as she calls for Ludel. Ludel wakes her, his voice filled with alarm as he asks what's wrong. Dazed and ashamed, she can only manage an apology. She apologizes to him again, and he looks on, filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. He desperately wants to find a way to ease her suffering. He feels her weight settle against him as she finally succumbs to exhaustion. She must have been incredibly tired to fall asleep so quickly. She denies being asleep, merely closing her eyes for a moment. He plays along, his voice soft and reassuring. He watches her sleep, a nagging worry resurfacing. He wonders if she's really all right, so unaware of the true feelings of those around her. As he tenderly brushes her hair, a familiar, agonizing feeling grips him. He clenches his fist, wondering why he is the one cursed with this burden. The quiet moment is shattered by an urgent cry from outside the tent. The captain is needed. There's an emergency. The news is dire. Chaos monsters are blocking the road ahead. Both the captain and Kai react with disbelief and shock. The creatures are grotesque, out-of-place aberrations in the snowy mountains. Their presence here is a disturbing anomaly. A sudden thought strikes the captain as she observes them more closely. This isn't chaos. This is something far more sinister. It's despair. He recalls the monster from the banquet, and she confirms his fear. This is despair, a foe whose power far exceeds that of ordinary chaos, one she struggled with before. A sense of dread settles over the group. If even the captain would struggle against such a foe, their situation is grim. Elsewhere, another party finds their path blocked by the raging blizzard. They are trapped, with no way to turn back. Kai points out something peculiar. The monsters are completely still. Despite their terrifying appearance, they aren't advancing. The captain puts the pieces together. The creatures are silent, likely immobilized by the extreme cold. Defeating them all is impossible, so they must protect the carriage and avoid a direct clash. She gives the order to press forward, maintaining a careful distance from the frozen monsters. Her subordinate can't believe they are seriously considering such a risky move. She offers reassurance, stating that she and Kairos will guard the front and rear. With her command, the convoy begins to move cautiously. The plan seems to be working, as the monsters remain still. But an unsettling feeling lingers, a sense that something is deeply strange about this situation. After the perilous journey, they have finally arrived. A sense of relief washes over them as they ride toward the city. Before them lies the magnificent magic nation of Catan. It is a breathtaking sight of advanced technology and arcane splendor. She is astounded by the sight of magical machines unlike anything she has ever witnessed. The city is a marvel of engineering. Yet, for all the advanced technology and flying ships, a strange emptiness pervades the city. There isn't a single person on the streets, which is deeply unsettling. A sudden voice breaks the silence, welcoming them as guests from the Empire. She is startled by the unexpected greeting. A man with a confident, almost predatory smile formally welcomes them. His hospitality feels practiced, perhaps even insincere. He introduces himself as Danlino, their designated guide and servant during their stay. His gleaming smile does little to put them at ease. In a completely different setting, a man abruptly asks a young woman for a date. The unexpected proposition leaves her speechless. Her mind reels, unable to process his words. A date? The thought is so shocking, it renders her momentarily incoherent. She accuses him of stalking her, and he calmly confirms that his purpose was indeed to ask her out. He sees it as a simple objective, not something so sinister. Frustrated, she compares his timing to laundry day being ruined by a sudden downpour. Her metaphor completely baffles him. An onlooker helpfully translates her sentiment into plain language. She means his timing is terrible. Her annoyance boils over into a flurry of insults. He is as irritating as a mosquito, as persistent as a popcorn husk in her teeth. In short, the absolute worst. The translator smugly notes that her feelings were already quite clear. The target of her tirade stands by, looking thoroughly defeated. With a sigh of resignation, she accepts that he won't be deterred. She knows telling him to leave would be a waste of breath. He steadfastly confirms her assumption. He has no intention of leaving, as seeing her was his sole purpose for coming. Defeated by his persistence, she finally relents. She agrees to at least talk with him. Their conversation takes place at a quaint dessert shop in the middle of town, an oddly sweet setting for their tense negotiation. She gets straight to the point, her tone serious. She needs to know if there is any way at all to undo an imprint. His answer is definitive and crushes her hopes. An imprint, once made, is permanent. Staring him down, she asks the most crucial question of all. Does he love her? The directness of her question catches him off guard. He flushes, admitting it's a difficult thing to answer. She takes his hesitation as a confirmation of her fears, concluding that he doesn't love her. He struggles to find the right words to respond. After a moment of internal struggle, he makes a quiet confession. He believes that he does, in fact, love her. He explains the sensations. Her scent makes him dizzy. Her reflection makes his heart race. It's an overwhelming, inexplicable ecstasy that he can only define as love. She counters that these feelings are not born of his own free will, questioning if that bothers him. She remembers this disconnect was a major conflict in the original story. He simply smiles, his confidence unwavering. He asks if she has any idea how he truly felt the moment he realized he had imprinted on her. She waits for his answer, only to hear him describe the experience not as a curse, but as a salvation. For him, it was like returning from hell itself. His gaze is intense and unwavering. He considers imprinting on her to be a profound blessing, not a burden. She is unsettled by his fervor. His gaze isn't one of simple affection, it's dripping with an unnerving obsession. She bluntly rejects him, stating that his feelings don't change her own lack of interest. He immediately assumes her rejection is due to Suuradel. Leah leans in, ready to dismantle his assumption with a single, irrefutable fact. Suuradel is not interested in women. The truth she reveals is both absurd and undeniable. Suuradel is, in fact, a hardcore penguin enthusiast. He seems confused by her statement, mentioning the well-known story of Suuradel and the Mage Tower's penguin. She inwardly sighs. She knows better than anyone, because she is that penguin. Around because she is that penguins. His excitement was simply that of meeting a fellow beastman, nothing more. She gives a non-committal response, her expression betraying her internal strain. The conversation is taking a strange turn. An overwhelming sense of exhaustion washes over her. She realizes arguing is pointless. He's stuck in his own logic and will just keep repeating himself. She longs to escape this tiresome human interaction. All she wants is to return to her penguin form and go home to her nest. Her exhaustion manifests as an involuntary penguin cry. The man looks up, completely bewildered by the sound. To her horror, she transforms, her panic growing as he stares. He recognizes her immediately, connecting her to the stories about the Mage Tower's famous penguin. Panicked and trapped in her penguin form, she shakes her head furiously, trying to deny who she is. This is a disaster. Everything clicks into place for him. He now understands Suuradel's fixation. Offering her privacy, he says he'll step out so she can change back into human form. A new wave of panic hits her as she tries to transform. She's stuck. He connects the dots, recalling that newly transformed beastmen struggle with controlling their forms. Her frantic noises confirm his theory. A sudden realization dawns on him. He senses that she is hiding her true identity from someone important. She confirms his suspicion with a desperate squeak. Seeing her distress, he resolves to help her, patting her reassuringly. He suddenly wraps her in a blanket and picks her up. She is utterly shocked by his abrupt action. He holds her close, promising not to worry. He will protect her secret identity from Suuradel at all costs. He makes a dramatic exit out the window, completely misinterpreting the situation. She panics, realizing he thinks he's saving her from the wrong person entirely. With purpose, he walks through the public square, heading for the wolf estate. He is completely oblivious to the chaos he is causing. Trapped and helpless, Leah struggles inside the wrap, crying out for help. She is a kidnapped penguin, and no one seems to notice. Her companions wait outside, a bit of worry creeping in. Their private talk seems to be taking an exceptionally long time. Russ advises her brother to ignore it. She assumes they must have much to talk about and flips through her book. Her brother counters with a valid point. Knowing Leah, this much quiet time is more than enough for her to find some kind of trouble. She has to agree. It's completely out of character for their wild and lovable young miss to remain quiet and out of sight for so long. Deciding to intervene, Russ brings a dessert as a pretense to check on her miss. She knocks on the door, offering the treat. After getting no response, she peers inside. A dreadful realization dawns on her. The room is empty. Panic sets in as they throw the doors open. They frantically call out for their missing lady, their worst fears realized. Unaware of her companion's panic, Leah is whisked through the city streets, a frantic, squawking bundle in a well-meaning kidnapper's arms. Their destination is a grand estate. This is the home of Theodore. As soon as she's free, Leah unleashes her frustration. She furiously flaps her wings, admonishing him for his moronic rescue attempt. He finds her fury utterly adorable, finally grasping Suuradel's obsession. She recoils in horror, wondering if she's just traded one penguin fanatic for another. He tries to placate her, but she's too agitated to listen. Her only thought is to get out of there as quickly as possible. Seeing her determined escape, he calls her name with genuine concern, worried she might get hurt. She pauses, convincing herself that she's perfectly fine. Her penguin padding should protect her from any falls. A chilling thought stops her. If she's seen and someone recognizes her from the flyers, her secret will be out. The chain of consequences is terrifying. If her identity is revealed, it's only a matter of time before her father finds out. She's trapped, sweating with anxiety. There seems to be no safe way out of this mess. He reminds her of her secret, catching her off guard. She frantically tries to explain that his entire premise is a misunderstanding. He processes her denial, a new understanding dawning. If it's a misunderstanding, then Suuradel must already know her identity. Her squeak confirms it. He remains resolute, but completely wrong, vowing to ensure no one from the whale estate can accuse her of impersonating an orca. She is driven to the brink of insanity by his dense logic. It's like trying to reason with a brick wall. Exhausted from the pointless struggle, she finally gives up. For now, there's nothing she can do. She waddles over to a comfortable spot, taking solace in the belief that her attendants must be searching for her by now. She just has to wait. He changes the subject, asking about her reasons for leaving the Mage Tower. He brings up the rumor that the new orca was abused by their family. She erupts in anger, defending her father's honor. She wishes he would just be quiet, since he clearly can't understand a word she's saying. He finds her difficult nature exasperating. She pointedly turns her back on him, refusing to engage further. His tone suddenly shifts to one of quiet sincerity, and he calls her name. The change is so abrupt it catches her attention. He confesses that he was genuinely shocked to learn her true form was a penguin. However, his shock quickly gave way to a simple realization. Penguin or not, she's still incredibly adorable to him. He looks at her with earnest eyes, stating plainly that her species doesn't matter to him in the slightest. He confesses his feelings directly and without reservation. He loves her for who she is, the very essence of her existence. He reaches out, admitting that his confession is sudden and perhaps overwhelming. He asks her to give him a chance, his hand hovering near her. The moment triggers a memory from just a few days prior. She remembers Suuradel, his expression just as earnest, his words almost identical to Theodore's. Unlike with Suuradel, his confession stirs no emotion in her. She just feels a profound sadness for Theodore, whose love is a product of the imprint, not choice. He looks on, his heart full, completely unaware of her internal dilemma. How does one even begin to convince someone not to love them? Just then, Suuradel makes a dramatic entrance with her attendants in tow. He cheerfully confronts Theodore, demanding to know what he's doing with their lady. Leah waddles toward them, overcome with relief. Her saviors have finally arrived. Suuradel quickly assesses the scene, a wry smile on his face. It seems Leah's secret is out. He leans in, his tone turning menacing. Trespassing is one thing, but kidnapping a prized orca beastman would surely invite the wrath of his mother. He proposes a better alternative. Leah should live openly as herself. His mother would welcome her as any kind of beastman, ending the need for pretense. The maid and the penguin observe the escalating tension between the two heirs. They can only conclude that the display is incredibly childish. Taking charge, Russ claps her hands to get their attention. She has an idea to settle this foolishness. She proposes a simple solution. Let Leah herself decide. Will she choose the whale estate or the wolf estate? The contest is simple. Whoever she runs to and hugs is the winner. Leah is horrified. Choosing is one thing, but this is ridiculous. Both Theodore and Suuradel agree to the terms, each supremely confident that he will be her obvious choice. Her own opinion seems secondary. Russ eagerly awaits the outcome, popcorn ready for the show. Leah, the subject of this contest, despairs that her own wishes are being completely ignored. Pressured by their expectant stares, Leah realizes she can't refuse. Protesting will get her nowhere. Resigned to her fate, she decides to just pick one quickly and end the spectacle. But instead of choosing one of the heirs, she makes a beeline for her attendant. She reminds them that nobody said she only had two options. She is ecstatic to finally be going home. By choosing Sirhanu, she has technically chosen the whale estate, completing the relocation. Suuradel gently chides Leah for the recent chaos she's caused. She turns her head, silently blaming Theodore for the entire ordeal. Exhausted, she throws herself onto the bed. If he's only here to nag, he can leave. She's resting. He doesn't leave. Instead, he looks at her with a knowing smile, asking if she isn't forgetting something important. A glint appears in his eye as he gently reminds her of a promise she made to him. He leans in, his smile growing wider. He clearly remembers her promise from back then. The promise was simple, yet deeply coveted. Once she was a penguin again, he would be allowed to poke her belly. Horror dawns on her as she remembers the forgotten promise. Her precious belly is now at his mercy. He presses the issue, a playful glint in his eye, reminding her again of the promise she made. A dark aura surrounds her as she recalls the exact terms of the promise. It was about her belly fat. With a dramatic sigh, she steels herself. A promise is a promise, and she will honor it, however reluctantly. He is genuinely taken aback by her acceptance. He didn't think she would actually go through with it. He gently pokes her belly, his eyes widening in delight. It's even softer and squishier than he imagined. Overcome with joy, he scoops her into a hug. He feels like he's in a dream and hopes he never has to wake up. She can't comprehend why he's so happy about this. Still, she can't deny the strange feelings stirring within her. As he holds her, she makes a startling realization. Even in this form, this is still physical intimacy. The thought is so potent that it triggers her transformation. Suddenly, she's human again, held closely in his embrace, and the feeling is intensely weird. Flustered and embarrassed, she immediately pulls away from him. The moment is over. He watches her, a thoughtful expression on his face as he processes what just happened. He asks the obvious question. Is she embarrassed? From under the safety of her blanket, she vehemently denies it. A gentle smile plays on his lips. He knows he shouldn't be, but he finds himself happy to see her so flustered. Hiding under the covers, she demands an explanation for his cryptic happiness. He points out the crucial difference. She didn't react this way when Theodore hugged her. Her embarrassment now means she sees him as more than just a friend. He looks at her with pure, unadulterated joy. This small reaction is all the confirmation he needs, and it makes him truly happy. He can't resist teasing her, pointing out that her blushing face looks like a tomato. He finds it utterly cute. The following day, having finally dealt with the recent chaos, she sets out to visit Nikita's place, an errand long overdue. Her attendants are thrilled for her. After much effort, she finally succeeded in transforming back to her human form, a sign she's gaining control. She deliberately timed her outing for the afternoon, a clever maneuver to avoid her newest, most persistent nuisance. Her plan worked perfectly. She arrives at her destination without incident, ready to see her friend. She calls out her name, but the response from inside is not one of recognition. Instead, a cautious voice asks for her identity. Nikita cautiously peeks through the door, surprised to see her visitor. It's Lady Leah from the orca family. Leah greets her with a smile, about to ask how she has been. She's suddenly aware of her companions' shocked faces behind her. She realizes with a sigh that this is the kind of reputation that gets one labeled a weirdo. Despite the odd circumstances, Nikita timidly opens the door and welcomes them inside. The interior of the workshop is even more impressive up close. Leah's eyes are drawn to a peculiar project in the center of the room. Nikita seems a bit flustered by the attention, brushing it off as a simple hobby. According to records, it dates back to a time when blessings and curses were real. Nikita has been researching this lost era. Leah is curious about the practical application of such knowledge. She asks what Nikita intends to do with this research. Require lost sacred Leah energy. Concern, but about the Nikita potential, believes dangers of curses could be such a pursuit reconstructed. Thought fills her with a slightly insisting she has no sinister excitement. Concern, but about the Nikita potential, believes dangers of curses could be such a pursuit. Backpedals, thought fills her with a slightly insisting she has no sinister excitement intention of actually trying it. Curses always have an equivalent exchange, Nikita notes. Seeing it as a mere hobby, Leah dismisses the topic and moves on to the real reason for her visit. Nikita gives her report. There are no new developments regarding the plague. No sightings, no intel, nothing. Nikita laments the lack of leads, wishing for a clue from a place like the Whale House archives. The suggestion immediately puts Leah's attendants on high alert. While she didn't find the origin of their magic, Nikita excitedly announces an even more incredible discovery. Leah leans in, eager to hear. She explains that the symbol from Leah's notebook was also found in an orca family book. The connection is undeniable. Leah is desperate to know what was inside. Nikita confirms that she read the contents, and what she found was truly shocking. The shocking truth was not some ancient secret or powerful spell. The books were all just romance novels. Leah pleads for details, but Nikita holds firm. Their deal was about the plague, and she won't share this information until that business is concluded. Leah shifts her tactics from pleading to pressure, reminding Nikita that she is counting on her. Nikita realizes this visit was less friendly and more of a threat. Leah knows that while things seem quiet now, this is a critical period. In the original story, this is when the conflict between Theodore and Anemone begins to brew. The peak of their conflict will trigger the spread of the plague. Knowing this, she must do whatever she can, and that means moving on to her next destination. The next person she needs to see is at the center of the coming storm. Anemone, the story's original female lead. Anemone stops in her tracks, surprised to be addressed by a familiar face. It's Ypres. Ypres offers a polite greeting to Anemone, acknowledging the time that has passed since they last met. Anemone rejects the greeting, turning away coldly. She makes it clear she has no desire to speak with Ypres at the moment. Her coldness is a relief to Ypres. She clarifies that she is merely an emissary. The one who has business with Anemone is her young lady. The mention of a young lady startles Anemone, who immediately jumps to a hopeful conclusion. She asks if this is about Lady Adelia's. Ypres starts to correct her misunderstanding, specifying exactly which young lady she is referring to. The truth dawns on Anemone, and she flushes with embarrassment. The young lady in question is from the orca family.